We explained last night that there are two kinds of Tisha B'Av. Tisha B'Av was designated as a time of crying. Bocho Sivke Balayla. There are some times where you have to put in a lot of effort to cry, because the Golus is a sweet Golus. People to a certain degree don't even realize they're in Golus. And sometimes the situation is one where the crying comes naturally. Bacho. But even in a time of the Bach, terrible situation that exists, you still need the Sivke to be able to understand what those terrible situations mean and how you should apply yourself to correcting them. I think that the four different somos that Chazal were koveya, to be misabel on the Churban, Asara B'Teves, Shivasa B'Tammuz, Tisha B'Av, and Tzom Gedalia, represent the various aspects of Golus. Asara B'Teves represents the fact that in Golus we are not in control of our destiny. We're under the control of nations, just as then the tzara of Asara B'Teves was that the siege of Yerushalayim took place. We're besieged around by those who control, who come in and who come out. And we're not under our own jurisdiction, that we have no one to rely on. And then Shivasar B'Tammuz reminds us that in that situation we are constantly in danger, physically, spiritually. The enemies broke through the walls of protection of Yerushalayim, and we were vulnerable to terrible tragedies that our enemies bring upon us. And finally, Tisha B'Av, Churban, the lack of Shechina, Kedusha, Tahara, Chesaron of Torah and Tefillah, Sharei Tefillah Ninalu, and Malka V'Sorecha Bagoyim Ein Torah, total Churban. And finally, Tzom Gedalia, that we're missing the proper leaders, and we're missing those that would guide us and give us eitzos. And the fact that we're no longer in Eretz Yisrael, but Klal Yisrael is scattered all over the world. They scattered, went to Mitzrayim and to other lands, and we're scattered amongst the nations of the world without proper leaders. That was the tzara of Tzom Gedalia. I was thinking perhaps when they came back from Golus Bavel, so the Anshe Knesses Agdola that included Nevi'im were Masakin Shmona Esrei. And if you look at Shmona Esrei, it contains the main bakoshos that a Jew needs in Golus. Because the Svarim say that we are still in Golus Bavel. There never was a Geula from Golus Bavel. There was a Pekida. And that's why many Yidden, in fact, big Talmidei Chachamim, did not return to Eretz Yisrael because they knew that it wasn't a Geula. It was only a Pekida. And that Geula, seeming Geula, allowed Yisrael to be able to survive Golus till Mashiach comes. So we are still in Golus Bavel. There was a hiatus, a time out for 420 years. So says Rabbi Yonason Eibshitz and others. And they knew, not only did it happen, but they knew it was going to happen. They knew the second Beis HaMikdash was not going to last. And therefore, Chazal instituted Shmona Esrei ala Seder. If you look at it, it's all of the bakoshos that you need in Golus. And therefore, they were masakin it in Lashon HaKodesh. The Rambam says that was the main reason why they had to institute an institutional tefillah, because people didn't know any more Lashon HaKodesh. They basically spoke Aramite, and no one knew how to compose the proper words that would have the right effect when it comes to nusach of Shmona Esrei. Was not what we have, because it was said when there was a Beis HaMikdash, so it couldn't be Yerushalayim Irucha Barachamim Toshuv. But they revised it after the Churban. And he brings down a nusach that probably was the nusach in the time of after Golus Bavel. But it could be not like that. Could be because they knew that Geula wasn't a Geula. It was only a Pekida. And they were still in Golus. And they were going to be continued. There was going to be another Churban. And that Golus would continue till Mashiach comes. So the nusach that they had is mamish the nusach that we have. Because they said a Shmona Esrei that fit Golus. And even Yerushalayim Yericha. Yerushalayim wasn't built because there was no Shechina in the second Beis HaMikdash. V'hoshevet v'avoda l'dvir beisecha. And the second Beis HaMikdash, it says in the Tochacha, v'lo ariach b'reach nichochachem. Wasn't really the same effect that Korbanos had. If you look after the first three brachos, which set the foundation, and what this world is all about is Gvuros. And then there's Kedusha, that's what the world to come is all about. Then you have the basic things that we need in Golus that are missing. First is a chisor of das and chokhmah, doubts and emunah, a lack of clarity. They bring down that when Avram Avinu saw Golus by Bris Bein Abesarim, he saw Ema Chashecha Gedola. Ema is the tsaros of Golus. The Chashecha is the darkness where there are so many doubts and nothing is clear. That's also part of Golus. And then we're distanced from the Rabbanu Shalom. So Hashivenu Avinu L'Sarasecha. And because we're distanced, comes to terrible Averis that Klal Yisrael continue to do. Slach lanu avinu. And everybody, because of those averas, are beset with personal tzaras. As Rashi says, that's re'ena v'onyenu. That geula is not from people's individual tzaras that are the result of the chatoim that are perpetrated because of the doubts and because of golus. And because of that, there's choli, all kinds of sickness, rifo'enu, and there's financial problems, borei choleinu. And then we turn to the national tzaras. Tcha b'shofar gadol lecheruseinu. We are scattered all over. In Hoshiva Shoftenu, we're missing the proper manhigim and being governed by manhigim that we'll see are part of the Erev Rav. And therefore there are malshinim, minos, gzeres, and ruchnias, and tremendous anti-Semitism by so many Israel. Ala tzadikim, ovat tzadik min haaretz, very difficult for people to reach a madrega of being a tzadik in the golus mentality. And because of that, there's tremendous chil Hashem in the world. We're missing the Shechina. We're missing the Mikdash. It's Tzemach David. We're missing Malchus Yisrael. And therefore we have the feeling of Ein lanu l'hishoyin ela avinu shebashamayim. There's nothing else to put our trust into. And Shema Koleinu, that matzav of Shari Tefillah Ninalu should be corrected. Ritzei, we're missing Korbanos, Avoda, and finally Hodah, Kishem shemevorech al hatova, kach mevorech al hara. With all of those sorrows, we still have to give thanks to the Rabbanu Shalom. And Shalom, and that is the ultimate. That ultimately there'll be Shalom and Shleimus, and Mashiach will come. For that reason, they were Mesakin Shmoneh Esrei b'Lashon HaKodesh. Lashon, the language of a nation, represents its neshama. Lashon, I always like to say, comes from the word losh. Lisha is one of the Lamites Malachos. Lisha is when you take a liquid and mix it with a solid. Lashon takes the spiritual machshava and mixes it with sound waves, and that's speech. It's Elisha. And that comes from the direct neshama of a people. And the language of a people represents its neshama. French is very different than German, and so on and so on. And the neshama of that nation is represented by its language. We have Lashon HaKodesh, because our neshama is a neshama kedosha. Could be that that's what it means when we say on Yontif, Romantonu mikol halashonos, that the Rabbanu Shem gave us a lashon that is above all other lashonos. Gave us Lashon HaKodesh because our neshama is above all other neshamos. Therefore, the Moshe Feinstein says in the drasha that he gave Shabbos HaGodel in Tov Reish Pei Beis. So he said the following: Anu nigalim b'muvan mesuyam. We are still redeemed, ready to celebrate the Yontif of Pesach, Shman Cheruseinu. Afilu be'ez himotzanu begolus. Even when we're still in Golus, Ki es rucheinu lo niten lihigolos. They can subdue and subjugate our bodies, but they can't subjugate our ruach. Af echad lo yuchal lios odom lerucheinu. Kol hagzeros negdeinu yecholos lahashpia ach v'rak al gufeinu. Dover zehu siba l'simcha gedola biyoser. Chayovim anu efo lachgog es hachag bepe'er v'hador. Ki ein anu avodim. Ein lanu odom el Hashem levado. So all the bakoshos daily that a person needs in Golus from Shmona Esrei were niskan in Lashon HaKodesh, not necessarily the language that people were speaking, because it represents our neshamas calling out, and that's where all these bakoshas can be taken care of. Wrote down, or at least compiled, Torah Sheba'al Peh. The Mishnah was written also in Lashon HaKodesh. Unlike the Gemara that's for Lashon Haramis, but the Mishnah represents the neshama of Klal Yisrael. That's Mishnah. Same osios as neshama, and that neshama can never be subdued, and therefore, even if Torah Sheba'al Peh has to be written down, because Eis Lasos Lashem Eferu Torasecha, but it's written down in Lashon HaKodesh to represent the fact that in the neshama, Klal Yisrael is so complete. From Shmini Hatzeres and on, all the things that we mentioned that are the components of Golus have been presented to us in a much more serious and intense way. And therefore, I chose this year to relate the various Golus. So even though we're in a year of Bocho, where the crying should be natural, just living and experiencing what is going on and continues to go on. Tell you the truth, we're sitting here now, and every 2 minutes I'm thinking, are they going to attack? And use Tisha B'Av as an excuse, just like they use Yom Kippur and Shmini Atzeres. Sit here and we're in constant danger. And all of the other components of Golus we'll see are there. You don't have to pick things from history. They're not history, they're current events. And still, even though it's a tkufa of Bocho, it's important to add the tifke. Because if you don't think about them and don't understand their significance, then all of the crying is bechia shel china. So we have to turn that bechia into a bechia shel mamish. The truth is that the more intense the Golus is, says that as the Golus comes to an end, Ikvasa the Mashiach, the tsaras will become greater and greater. In order to be ma'orer, Klal Yisrael, to really desire and long for the Geula, can't take it anymore. The Svarim say, the name of Rav Moshe Shapiro Zatzal, Ikvasa the Mashiach, the heel, before Mashiach comes, because a person's heel doesn't have too much feeling in it. By the time Ikvasa the Mashiach comes, our hearts are going to be hearts of stone. We're not going to be able to feel anything. So therefore the Rebbeinu Shalom is going to have to intensify the tzaras of Golus. So even an unfeeling heel will be able to feel them and have a tremendous desire that they should end with the Geula. And the desire for Geula, that in itself brings the Geula closer. And how much a person cries and how bad he feels and how much he wants, that Geula depends on how much he understands. The Shari Tshuva, when explaining Charota, can have many, many manifestations. If you have a shekel that falls down the drain, you feel bad. But if you go bankrupt and lose your house and your entire fortune, you also feel bad. Same word, charota. There's a very big difference between the charota of going bankrupt and the charota of losing a shekel. So too, there's a tremendous difference between feeling golus and having a tremendous desire that it should end. Whether that desire is like the shekel or that desire is like going bankrupt. And Yaakov Kamenetsky pointed out that by Golus Mitzrayim, so Gzeirus HaGolus, Geri Yezaracho Beres Lo Lohem Va'avodum Ve'inu Osam, and it came in stages. He said, why? Because when Yitzchak Avinu was born, they had the feeling that they were ger be'eretz lo lahem, even though they were in Eretz Yisrael, but Eretz Yisrael wasn't miyuchad to them, and they felt it intensely. So they were yotzei with that golus, that matzav in Eretz Yisrael. That wasn't anymore a golus. Therefore, they had to leave Eretz Yisrael, and then they got used to that. That first they felt that not being in Eretz Yisrael and being in Mitzrayim is really a golus. But as they got used to it, it wasn't golus anymore. So they needed to go to the next stage, va'avodim. They had to become avodim and work hard. And then they realized that that's a golus. And after a while they got used to that. No, you have to get up in the morning, go to work. So there's a taskmaster with a whip, but if I work okay, it's not going to hurt me. And they got used to that, and therefore they had to go to the next stage to feel golus, the inu osa. As people get used to the golus, then it's not a golus anymore. And then the Rebbeinu Shem has to intensify the tsaros of that golus, that people will feel they're in golus. So that is what this day is going to be dedicated to discussing the various that we are being made very much aware of by current events, and to understand how to look at them properly. Brings down from Rabbi Chanan Wasserman in Kovetz Mamorim. It says the following: Hinei biyomenu she'anu roim shekomu rotzim al Yisrael b'cheima norah hi eitza muka lahatzal Yisrael mikilyon. The terrible tsaros that he was talking about before World War II. He says, really are a way that the Rabbanu Shalom saves us from total destruction. Kikol ha-kategoria she'anu shomi misonei Yisrael, all the anti-Semitism that is all over the world, and not just by barbarians and ruffians, but by supposed elite chachamim, sophisticated college students and college professors. Hadover baruch yisharashav v'yisodam lamala. Whatever happens here is a sign of what's going on in Shamayim amongst the kochos that are the cause of what happens in this world. Shenisrabu Ketigorim al Yisrael ba'ofen nora. What's happening in Shamayim is there's terrible categoria on Klal Yisrael. There ain't shum eitz because we have too many averas. There ain't shum schus yechol olam al kenegdon. We don't have the zechuyos to go against all of that categoria that's going on in Shamayim against Klal Yisrael. Ulefia categoria hayaroi lechalos is Yisrael chas v'shalom. Because of all that category in Shamayim, really what should be the result is total destruction of Klal Yisrael. Chas v'shalom limchos eshmam. Ma osa HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Make him aleim rodfin. Therefore the Rabbanu Shalom puts people there down here to pursue us everywhere. The Kivan Yisrael hein nirdofim, and once Klal Yisrael are being pursued, they're a nirdof. Haloksiv hu Elohim yavakesh es nirdof. Then there's a special part of justice in this world that the Rabbanu Shalom champions the cause of people who are being pursued. Even it says if the tzaddik is pursuing the Rasha, the Rabbanu Shalom takes the side of the Rasha. So says Rabbi Chana. Chafetz Chaim said similarly, V'cheinu b'zmanenu Lu hayu lanu neviim. If we would have neviim today in Golus, hayu mischanenin lifnei HaKadosh Baruch Hu lahachish gulaseinu u'pedus nafsheinu. Those neviim would daven tremendous kavana that Mashiach should come. Aval HaKadosh Baruch Hu yodea ki onu chayim v'sof hagolus. V'rotze she Yisrael yachzuru b'tshuva kol debias hagoel. He wants us to be ready. Mashiach should come when we're ready for it. Being ready means that we'll be choser b'tshuva. V'nishischazik b'limud HaTorah. We'll be stronger to greet Mashiach with a koach HaTorah. Al kein rabu hatzaros v'hatlaos. Ve'ein itonu navi l'hispal b'adeinu. V'rak koshi hashibud v'ol hagolos yikrevu es ha'geula. So all of the tzoros and the intensity of them is really for our good, if we understand them properly. The question is asked, or our tfilos, or even our suffering, can bring Mashiach? Mashiach didn't come in greater generations, didn't come to the generations of Tzadayim, Amoraim, Gaonim, Rishonim. They also davened for Mashiach. They also suffered throughout history. Mashiach didn't come for them. How do we think that our paltry generation is going to be zoche because of our tzaros and our tfilos? Mashiach's going to come because of us? This question is asked by many, and the same answer is given. And that is, the Mabit says, the question is only a question if any one generation is supposed to bring Mashiach. But it doesn't work like that. It works as an accumulation of all the zechuyos of Klal Yisrael from the time that we went into Golus and even before. Every generation adds a little bit towards what's necessary to bring the Geula. And already 99.99% has been accomplished by all the generations before us. What's left is 0.01%. We can do to a giant and a midget. If you put them side by side, the midget is nothing compared to the giant. But if you put the midget on the shoulders of the giant, he can reach even where the giant can't reach. So we are the generation which Gedolei Yisrael are saying is the generation that Amir Hashem very soon will greet Mashiach Tzidkenu. And this is Ikvas of the Mashiach, and we'll see that everything that Chazal said will occur during Ikvus of the Mashiach is what's happening now. And many of it never happened before. And all of a sudden, since Shmini Atzeres, things are happening that Chazal spoke about and never happened before. So we're on the threshold of Mashiach. Gedolei Yisrael in this generation said Mashiach is at the door. So they asked Reb Chaim Kanievsky Zatzal, if Mashiach is at the door, why don't you come in? He said, because if you have a guest and he's standing outside your door, but you don't invite him in, he's not going to come into your house without being invited. So yeah, Mashiach is at the come in. So Mirz Hashem, if that's all we have to do, and even though we have a heart that's like a heel, doesn't feel, and even with all these sorrows, doesn't feel too much, and therefore the Rebbeinu Shalom intensifies these sorrows, so you can't, even if your heart's like a heel, you can't not feel something. And if we feel it and we have a desire, even a small desire, that the situation should change and the Geula should come, and we're ready to invite in Mashiach Tzidkenu, then that 0.01% that we have to do will be accomplished, and we'll see Nechmas Sion and Biaskol Tzedek from Heirav Yomeinu. The Chidushei Arim says that the initial stage before the Rebbeinu Shalom begins the actual Geula is the Hotzeisi Eschem Mitachas Sivlos Mitzrayim. Says the Chidushei Arim, when the Galus reaches its low point, we are able to be sovil. We're able to take the Galus in our sovil, the Galus. So the first thing is, before the actual Geula comes, is the Hotzeisi Eschem Mitachas Sivlos Mitzrayim. We won't be able to stand it anymore. We'll want to stop it. We want it to be stopped. We'll have a tremendous Sipisa Yeshua, and that Sipisa, that Kivui, will in itself be the reason that Mashiach will come. Before we begin the first Qinon, I want to mention the dedications. This year's program is dedicated as a schus or refuah shlema for Yosef Chaim ben Shoshana Menucha, Bat Yerus Bat Ronit Shmuel ben Chana, Rafaela Chaya Rivka Bas Svega Pero, Avram Yosef ben Malka, Avigdor Moshe ben Malka, Chana Bas Noach, Moshe Betzalel ben Rachel Miriam, Yisrael Baruch ben Chaya, Chaim Yosef Avram ben Chana, ben Chana Ita, Shalom Miriam, Eliyahu ben Chaya, Avram Chaim ben Rachel, Rachel Chaya Bas Esther, Devorah Alicia Bas Perel, also Le'iloi Nishmas Moshe Aaron ben Yitzchak, Avram Mordechai ben Shevach, Rachel Daphna Bas David Meir, Harav Chaim Tzvi ben Harav Moshe Yitzchak, Harav Pinchas Aaron ben Sion, Harav Pinchas Aryeh ben David Dov, Rebbetzin Chaya Bas Yonah, Mala Bas Mordechai, Duba Devorah Bas Binyamin, Yehudis Widlin, Eliyahu ben Shalom ben Zakim, Adina Zahavi. We want to also thank the people who arranged setting up what's here and what's being broadcast all over Klal Yisrael. First and foremost, Yehuda Boltzhauser, who always puts in a lot of preparation and work. Rabbi Yaakov Friedman and Rabbi Varam Kaufman, who helped tremendously to set up what we have here. from Medabrim Tikshoris, who's here every year. I told him I'd like to see you at happier occasions, not just once a year. So Mirza Hashem, that'll happen. And if you have access to the link here, it's the Chesed Fund. The monies will be going to the Kollel of Moshav Matityahu. It's the only fundraising thing that we have during the year. And if you want to make a donation there, please do. There'll be pushkas going around and during the kinos. And there is a Nedarim Plus mitkan in the hallway that will go towards the upkeep of Matan B'Seiser in Moshav Matityahu. There are people here that are needy people, like they're all over. We have a responsibility benefiting, I hope, from being here. So you can contribute towards the welfare of the people in the community here that need financial help. So either put your money in the pushkas as they go around, or make a contribution through Nedarim Plus. Without further start the next kina. We'll say the kina, and then I'll speak about that kina here different than the rest, since we spoke enough at the Hakdama. Say a kina already, and then we'll explain that kina. The first kina is the kina of Shavas. Say that kina, and then we'll explain it. In this kina, we said, "Schi u'ma'os esimunu be'edrei chaderai." We have been made into disgusting, putrid people in the eyes of the world. One of the aspects of Golus is a terrible sinas Yisrael, which many times is just beneath the surface and very subtle. And since Shmini Atzeres has blossomed all over the world, every country, including America, terrible, terrible, open, vile anti-Semitism. People who would rather support terrorists, murderers, the lowest of the low, Hamas, over Israel, a democracy. They make us into monsters, and they defend the honor of Hamas. And these are supposedly intellectuals. And that's what Chazal say, that anti-Semitism is not a rational thing. Biyadua she'esav sonei liYaakov. Ma inyan hamusag halacha l'Moshe miSinai. Where's the halacha? El lefisha Reb Shimon dorish b'chol makom taima dikra. Ukvar nilu chachmei leiv lamod al shoresh sinas hagoyim liYisrael. There have been many studies made, books written, on what are the roots of anti-Semitism. Why do people hate Yidden? Ma tam yeshba. Kiven shamitzius mafricha es kol hasberim. Every time you'll find a reason, so there's a kasha on the reason. Kan sot minas haYehudim beglal shehem kapitalistim. We are capitalists, colonializers, and therefore they hate us. V'sham al shehem socialistim. And then they hate us because we're socialists and communists. Kan beglal shehem zrizim u'pikchim adai. People hate us because we're too smart, too sly. V'sham beglal shehem fanatim u'mahavim ma'amosa below toelis. Others say, no, we're lazy people who give no benefit to society. We're a bunch of parasites. Kan beglal adikusam bedas. Here because we're too religious, and here because we're too progressive. Bar Reb Shimon bar Yochai v'gilas asod halacha hi zui halacha psuka below tam. There's no real reason. We'll see in 1 second what the Rabbanim Shalom's reasons for permitting this. Esav muchrach lio sonei liYaakov v'lo yo'ilu lanu kol hatachbulos kedei lischamek misinazu. Remember years ago, I had just gotten married, and I wanted to, my wife was by her parents at the beginning of Bein Hazmanim in the summer, and she had gone to be by her parents. We're going to be in the summer in the Catskills where her parents lived, and I wanted to stay till the end of the Zman and not leave early. So I was going to drive from Cleveland to New York and surprise her. I left on a Sunday morning, and I got as far as Ashtabula, Ohio. And my car broke down. Sunday morning, it was about 7 o'clock in the morning, and some guy passed by in a pickup truck, told me that his father-in-law runs a garage, and they'll tow my car in and see if they can fix it. So the last thing in the world I wanted is to wake up some guy 7 o'clock in the morning and have him vent his anger on me. But they seemed like very nice people. They towed my car, and they told me that it's finished. There's nothing they can do for it. They're very nice people. Eventually they drove me 90 miles away to the nearest airport and didn't charge me. But in that 90-mile trip, this guy turns to me. I was in a, obviously, suit and hat, and I had a lot of svarim in the trunk of the car, which I had to put some away and some I wanted to take with me. And I was afraid, what are they going to think? And as I'm taking these svarim out, one of the kids, this was the biggest thing that ever happened in Ashtabula, Ohio. It was So the entire city was there. All the kids were there. And one kid says to me, "Are you a Greek school teacher? All these Greek books." I said, "You got it. I'm a Greek school teacher, and these are my Greek books." And on this trip to the airport, the guy turns to me and he says, "Your car is really worth nothing now. It wasn't worth too much when it was working. Now it's worth nothing. But I'll tell you what, I'll give you $50 for the car. We could use it for parts." And then he tells me, "And I'm not a Jew, and I'm not trying to Jew you." This guy never saw a Jew in his life. He's looking at me. He has, at least I'm a Greek school teacher. And he knows, though, that Jews cheat people. That's all he knows about Yidden. Never saw one, never came in contact with one. But halacha l'Moshe b'Sinai Esav Soneas Yaakov. So why? Why does the Rebbeinu Shalom allow something that is a halacha l'Moshe b'Sinai? We have a special tafkid in this world. We are supposed to be a mamleches kohanim v'goy kadosh. We're supposed to develop ourselves as a nation to be the kohanim of the world. The kohen is God's representative to Klal Yisrael. We are representatives of the Rebbeinu Shalom to the world, an or la'amim. And because of that, we can't have the same status as the nations of the world. Nations of the world have a different tafkid. They have to build this world physically. In order to do that, they can't abuse and corrupt the world. So they have 7 mitzvahs: not to murder, not to steal. 7 is the days of nature, days of creation. They have to remain okay with the natural world, not corrupt it and not distort it by murder and stealing or whatever. And if they do that and they build the world, so they'll get a chelik in Olam Haba. We are supposed to take the world that they build and infuse it with Kedusha. We're supposed to fill that world with Kedusha. So we have to be Kedoshim. So we can't be satisfied with 7 mitzvahs. We have 613 mitzvahs that make us holy, not just moral. They only have to be moral. Rashi brings down a chazal on the pasuk, "Vo'abdil eschem min ha'amim lios li." I separated you from the nations of the world to be mine. And that chazal said, "Im atem muvdalim," if you separate yourself from the nations of the world, then you're mine. Atem shali. V'im lav atem shel Nebuchadnezzar v'chaveirav. And if not, you belong to Nebuchadnezzar. Perhaps a simple meaning could be, if you separate yourself from the nations of the world and don't do the terrible abominations they do, then you're mine. I'll protect you. And if you don't, and you do all these terrible things that the Goyim do, then I give you over into the hands of your enemies, like Nebuchadnezzar. But it doesn't say that. It says, Harei atem shel Nebuchadnezzar, you belong to him. And why Nebuchadnezzar? We had a lot of enemies before him and after him. Why mention Nebuchadnezzar altogether? And I think what it means is, we are the Mikdash of Hashem. The Osul Mikdash v'shachanti b'socha. And in that way we bring a recognition of HaKadosh Baruch Hu to the world. Kohanim, representatives of Hashem to the world. How do we do that? By living a life of Kedusha in every aspect of our lives. We're not just moral, but we're Kodesh. Very big difference between morality and Kedusha. So we have to live a life of Kedusha, and if we do, then we create that Mikdash from which comes the Or La'amim, lights up the world. and gives them an understanding that there's a God and there's godliness in this world. So im atem muvdalim, not from the bad ones, but from the best goyim, the ones who have to be moral but not holy. If we separate ourselves from them and we live a life of kedusha, not just a life of morality, then atem shali, you represent me. You're my representatives. But in lav, if you don't live a life of kedusha, you live just like them. Moral. You don't murder, you don't steal, but you have no vestige of kedusha. So then, Harei Atem Shel Nebuchadnezzar. What did Nebuchadnezzar do? He destroyed the Mikdash. Then you belong to his group. He's the group of Machrivei Mikdash. And you're destroying, not like he did, a Mikdash of stone and wood. You're destroying the Mikdash of your heart. You belong to them. That's the group that you belong to. And therefore Chazal say, we really have no choice. The Rebbeinu Shem gave us this mission in the world. We are supposed to be a Mamleches Kohen in the Goy Kadosh, and we're going to fulfill that whether we like it or not. And therefore we have to be an Am Levadad Yishkon, a nation that dwells apart, not isolated from the world, because if we're isolated from the world, we can't be mashpi on them, but insulated from the world. We have our own land that's Kodesh. We're supposed to develop our own society with its own values and standards of Kedusha. That's what Eretz Yisrael is all about. And if we do that, and we fulfill Am Levadad Yishkon, then we'll read the pasuk on Simchas Torah, Vayishkon Yisrael Betach Badad. Then our being insulated from the rest of the world will be our security. And we'll read it on Simchas Torah with a very, very fine, happy niggin. And if we don't want to fulfill that, the Rebbeinu Shem is not going to let us give up our tafkid. So we're still going to be badad. But then we're going to sit here on this floor and read Eicha Yoshva Badad. The badad's going to remain, whether we like it or not. Either we're going to be insulated from the world by will, or we're going to be insulated from the world because Esav Sone is Yaakov. Chaim Volozhiner says we really have two choices. Either we make Kiddush, or the Goy will make Havdalah. Either we sanctify ourselves, and in that way separate ourselves from the standards and values of the nations of the world, and if we choose not to do that, then the Goyim will separate us. And that is the root of anti-Semitism. And the Svarim say, the Medrash says, we're compared to oil, and the nations of the world are compared to water. Oil and water can't mix, physically. You can temporarily shake the oil into the water, but eventually the oil rises to the surface. And what is it that pushes the oil to the surface? The pressure of the water. So if we don't want to be insulated from the nations of the world and have our own values and standards, and we try to assimilate into their cultures, then eventually they're going to push us out. And that's why Chazal say Sinai was called Sinai. Shemisham Yorda Sina Le'umos Ha'olam. That's where the concept of hatred for a Jew started at Sinai. And meaning the following. The concept of Sina doesn't mean to hate somebody's guts. Proof to that is the following. It says that Yaakov Avinu loved Rachel more than he loved Leah. Vayehav es Rachel mi Leah. 2 psukim later it says, Vayar Hashem ki snua Leah. He just said that Yaakov loved Leah, just not as much as Rachel. So what does it mean, kisnu aleya? Well, the idea of Ava is, Ava in Gematria is echad. Whenever a person feels a connection to something, that's called Ava. Feeling a connection to something can be developed to an emotion that we call love. But Ava itself is just feeling connected to something. Sina is the opposite. Sina is, I feel I'm not connected to that thing. I'm separated from it. If Yaakov Avinu could have loved Leah more as he loved Rachel, then to a certain degree he was disconnected from Leah. That's called Sina. He didn't hate her guts, chas v'sholem. He loved her. But in a certain small way he was separated, disconnected from what could have been. That's why Chazal say that if somebody didn't speak to someone else for 3 days because they have tainas on them, they're sonei. You don't hate his guts, just haven't spoken to him. But once there's a disconnection, a separation, that is the foundation of Sina. And therefore, the Rebbeinu Shalom put a safety valve into this world. And when he gave us the Torah, at Sinai, he created a separation between us and the nations of the world. If we maintain that separation properly, then it never develops into a hatred. It's just Goyim feel that we're not part of them. We're the other. We're something different. Fine, that's what we're supposed to be. But if we choose to ignore that and try to assimilate with them, so then that separation develops into actual hatred. That's where anti-Semitism comes from. The pasuk says, "Lo yachmod ish es artzecha ba'aloscha leiros es pnei Hashem Elokecha shalosh pamim b'shana." Nobody will covet your land. The problem, Torah says, everybody has to go aliyah l'regel. Every man, boy, and male, they're not going to leave all the women home for themselves for Yom Tov. After all, who's going to prepare the meals? So they have to take the women with them. So everybody goes to Yerushalayim, and there are no policemen, no soldiers, they have to go to. So everybody has to go to Yerushalayim. So who's guarding the home front? Torah tells us, I promise you, if you go up 3 times a year to Yerushalayim, nobody will want your land. It always bothered me. I don't care if they want it or not. Just don't tell me you're not going to take it. I don't care if they want it. Let them want to sit in their house in Chalish for Eretz Yisrael. These Goyim. Just make sure that when they come to try to take it, the Rebbeinu Shalom puts bears and lions around like the Gemara says. Why did they promise me lo yachmod ish es artzecha? I was thinking, Bekitzer, what's the idea of Aliyah l'Regel? Yerushalayim is Yir HaKodesh. Doesn't have all of the physical accoutrements of the rest of Eretz Yisrael. Yerushalayim, there's not the Chamei Tveria, the Gemara says in Psachim, and not the luscious fruit of the Galil. Why? Because when people come up 3 times a year, the Gemara says, the Rebbeinu Shalom wants him to come for Ruchnius, not to get a hot bath in Yerushalayim or eat some luscious fruit. The purpose of Yerushalayim is that 3 times a year you come, other times also, but the main thing is the 3 times a year, and you are imbued with Kedusha. So when you go home, you take that Kedusha with you, and you instill it into every aspect of society. Your financial life, your social life, political life, everything is infused with the Kedusha that you learn in Yerushalayim 3 times a year. In the rest of Eretz Yisrael, there is luscious fruit. And there is Chamei Tveria. Because once you learned how to use those things b'kedusha, now there's a mitzvah to use them b'kedusha, to live a natural life, but a life where you infuse all those natural things with Kedusha. The way you eat the fruit is different than how Goyot eats fruit. He eats it to enjoy, and you eat it to be Kodesh. The Ibn Ezra asks, how could the Torah give us an Isser lo sachmod? Don't want what somebody else has. It's a natural feeling. See somebody's nice house, a nice car, and you want it. Torah just should say, don't take it. Which some Rishonim learn is taka the Isser, but wanting it, and Ibn Ezra learns that the Isser is wanting it in your heart. So he says that if a person would have the right hashkafa, then he couldn't come to want something somebody else has. Meaning, people want what they think is within their framework. Something out of their framework completely, they have no desire for. They have no need for it. He gives an example of a peasant doesn't desire the princess, the king's daughter. It's out of his framework. He doesn't even think about it. I don't know any peasants, and I don't know any king's daughters. So I'll give you a marshal that I can relate to. You have a doctor and a shoemaker that are neighbors. And the doctor gets the state-of-the-art ultrasound equipment. And the shoemaker gets the state-of-the-art sewing machine. Do you think that the shoemaker is going to be jealous of the doctor's ultrasound? What does he need ultrasound for? He knows what's in his shoes, feet. Doesn't need an ultrasound. Do you think the doctor's going to be jealous of the shoemaker's sewing machine? What does he need a sewing machine for? If he sews up his patients with a sewing machine, he's not going to be a doctor too long. So the doctor will not covet the shoemaker, and the shoemaker not the doctor. They're completely two different realms. But let another doctor get a better ultrasound equipment, or another shoemaker get a better sewing machine, the shoemaker will covet the shoemaker, and the doctor will covet the other doctor. If everybody would have the right hashkafa, that the Rabbanu Shalom provides for every person what they need for their tafkid in this world, and therefore what I need is specific to my tafkid. I don't just get it because I grabbed it. I get it because the Rabbanu Shalom designated for me, because I need that in my avodas Hashem. Like a play, everybody has a part, different parts. One person's the king, other person is a court jester. The court jester needs certain props that he gets. He needs costumes to change into. So he's given 10 props and 10 costumes, and the king only has one royal robe and one scepter. Does that mean that the court jester is better, more important than the king? No. Just needs to be a court jester. You need 10 props. To be the king, you only need one. So everybody gets what they need to fulfill their tafkid in this world. If everybody would believe that, then what you have is out of my realm. It's not what the Rabbanu Shalom gave me. It's not my tafkid. Therefore, you couldn't come to Chemda to covet somebody else. But people don't believe that. They believe you get whatever you grab. And I would like to grab what you have. Don't recognize that the Rabbanu Shalom portions out everything according to a person's tafkid. That's what the Torah says. If you go up 3 times a year to Yerushalayim and you understand what your tafkid is, you're supposed to be a Mamleches Kohanim, the Goy Kadosh. You're supposed to be imbued with Kedusha, and you're supposed to instill that Kedusha in Eretz Yisrael. That's what Eretz Yisrael is all about. Then Lo Yachmod Isha said, nobody will want your land. What are they going to do with a holy land? What are they going to do with a land where you eat fruit for Kedusha? They want to eat fruit because it tastes good. Not only won't they take it, they won't want it. It's out of their realm. But if you think Niya Kechol Hagoyim Yisrael, and you have Eretz Yisrael, not for this purpose, but for the same purpose that Goyim have their land, then why shouldn't they want it? It's a nice land. So if you understand what your tafkid is, and that's what you engender, then lo yachmod ishas artzecha. They won't even want it, because it won't be within their realm. That is, the Medrash says that really the Goyim at the end of Sukkot should love us, because the whole Sukkot we brought 70 sacrifices just to protect them, to give them hatzlacha in this world. They should appreciate that and really love us. And it comes at the end of Sukkot, Shmini Atzeres, and they still hate us. So it's a reason to be happy. Explained last night and other times. What's the happiness? Because they still hate us? The happiness is that sometimes you could think that the reason the Goyim hate us, something wrong with us. Yeah, Taka, maybe we're like this or like that. But Sukkot teaches me that there's no reason for them to hate it. It doesn't make any sense. So it can't be because something's wrong with us. It must be because the Rebbeinu Shem put that mechanism into the world, and there's a certain tension between the nations of the world and Klal Yisrael. Again, not that they hate our guts, but they feel we're not part of them. Even if we do good things for them, but we're still them. It's not us. And that's for our sake, that we shouldn't assimilate into the non-Jewish culture. So when we think about what the קינות that we just read, and why the Goyim look at us like something disgusting, schi umos, it's basically to preserve that we should never mix with them. We should be like oil and water. The oil can float on top of the water. The oil protects the water supports the oil. We can coexist with the nations of the world beautifully, as long as we don't want to assimilate and adopt their values and their standards. So Mirz Hashem, if we understand that, and the anti-Semitism that is so strong and so not understandable by people who think, supposedly, people who have degrees, and they believe the most ridiculous things about Jews and choose to defend the dregs of society, not knowing even what they're supporting. So it's Haloch Lamoshe Misinai, Esav Sonius Yaakov, and when we are presented with that, we should use it in a positive way to understand why the Rebbeinu Shem put this safety mechanism in order to see to it that we fulfill our tafkid in this world, and that we don't have a Medinas Yisrael Kechol Hagoyim, to be like all the nations of the world, which was what the secular Zionist dream was. Herzl said, you know why Goyim hate us? Because we're not normal. Because we live in other people's lands and speak their language, but if we just be normal like everybody, and we'd have the same language, we speak our language, they speak their language, we have our own language and our own land and our own post office, and subsequent Zionist thinkers said, and our own perverts and criminals, so we'd be normal like everybody. And Baruch Hashem, today we have our own post office and our own army and our own language and our own land and plenty of perverts and criminals, blue and white. And the Goyim just love us. Herzl was right. If we just be normal, they'd love us. they hate us even more. So if we understand that anti-Semitism, which we are suffering from intensely since Shmini Atzeres, is there to remind us who we are. So Amir Hashem, if we live up to that, then we'll be able to see that halacha l'Moshe Misinai will be put back to its norm, just a feeling of separation, and we'll be able to be the Mamleches Kohanim v'Goy Kadosh, and we'll be able to influence the entire world with Kedusha and Tahara, and that will come from us all being in Eretz Yisrael with a Beis HaMikdash, which will be the lighthouse of Kedusha for the entire world. The next Kina is Kina Tes. Eicha Tifarti. This Kina intimates Hester Panim, and that Hester Panim is exhibited by a proliferation of sheker, of falsehood in the world. Pasuk says that in the middle of this Kina, Bila Shoftai b'muatzos Ivosam uponim hister mehem kishar avasosam neviayich to tar mishav chazos. Nevi'ay sheker, the world is filled with sheker. Aside from the tsaris, there's also not clarity. People don't know what's right, what's wrong. The sheker is intense in the world. The Gemara says in Tainis, sometimes clouds appear and it looks like it's going to pour, and then it doesn't rain. And the Gemara says, why? Because people are meshaker, because people are false, and they don't keep their word, so nature becomes false. It also doesn't keep its word. It looks like one way, it's not going to happen. Looks like rain, not going to be rain. Because that's how people function, and how people function affects nature. There's an Isser in the Torah of Onas Devarim. Not allowed to cheat people. And by Mammon, there's Onas Mammon. You overcharge for something, make it look like it was worth more, and it's not. Want to sell somebody a sefer, tell them it's a rare sefer worth hundreds of dollars. It's a sefer you can buy for $15. It's not a rare sefer. You overcharge him. Or you have a rare sefer, but you don't know it's rare. And your friend tells you, that sefer's only worth $15, and he knows better. He wants to buy it for $15 and have something worth $1,000. So that's Onas Devarim. Either you cheat somebody by overcharging them or by underpaying them. Then there's Onas Devarim. Onas Devarim is also cheating people. Okay? And there's examples of that make sense. Why is that called cheating? Oh no. For instance, you walk into a store and you bought something yesterday, the exact thing that they're selling, and you don't want to buy another one. And a woman walks into a store, she bought a dress in another store the day before, and she thinks she got a good bargain. She sees the same dress in another store. So she wants to find out, did she get a good bargain or not? So she walks into the store, makes believe she's a customer, and says, by the way, how much is that dress? The person tells her. She's over on Onas Devarim. Why? Because she cheated that woman, the salesperson. She thought you're a customer, she spent time on you. If she knew that you're just curious to know how much the dress is, you have no intention of ever buying it, right? She wouldn't spend that time. So you cheated her. You took something from her that she wouldn't have given you had she known the situation. But there are examples of Onas Devarim which have nothing to do, l'chora, with cheating somebody and getting something for free that you should have paid for, or whatever. For instance, you can't tell a ger, remember what you used to do when you were a goy? Remember you used to eat chazer? That's called onas devorim. About tshuva, can't tell him that remember what you did before you did tshuva? It's onas devorim. I understand that's hurting somebody's feelings. Why is that onoah? What's that with onoah? Onas ishto, making your wife cry, hurting her feelings, is also called onas devorim. What does that do with overcharging, undercharging? The idea of emes is that's what really exists. And sheker doesn't really exist. That's why sheker ein lo raglayim. The letters of shekers all stand on one foot or on a point. There's no base. Emes spans the whole aleph days, aleph, mem, taf, and at each one has a base or two legs. Emes is what's real. Sheker is what appears to be real, but really doesn't exist. It's a lie. It's an apparition. I remember this idea came so clear to me years and years ago when Disney World opened up in Orlando, Florida. I was a Rav in Miami at the time. So it opened up around Pesach time. So Chol Hamoed Pesach, I took my family to Disney World, the opening of Disney World. Chol Hamoed. And in Disney World, if you ever were there, I don't recommend that you waste your time, but if you ever were there, they have a place called the Hall of Presidents. They had, at that time, I think Jimmy Carter was the president, I think. And they had robots, but really lifelike robots, unbelievable, what Disney could do. And they talked, and they sweated, and they walked around the stage, all the presidents of the United States, from George Washington till Carter at that time. And each one, the important ones, got up at a stender, and they gave a little speech. So George Washington said something, and Abraham Lincoln said something, and so on. And it looked mamish that these are real people on this stage. One of my sons was about 5-6 years old at the time, and he's looking at these presidents on the stage, and he says, "Tati, are those real people?" And I said, no, they're just a bunch of dummies. That was a bad choice of words, but in any case, I got some very not nice looks. So I said, they're not real, they're just like dolls. They look real, but they're not real. And I saw my son was really troubled by that. And a few minutes later, he looks up to me, he says, "Tati, is this chair real? If that's not real, then I don't know what's real." That's Olam HaSheker. The Rebbe Shem gave Walt Disney the power to create a world of illusion. And it looks real. And the Satan can do the same thing, even better. So the world of Ra looks real, but it's nothing. And all that evil, the Chol Harisha Kula Ke'osham Tichle, it's like a bunch of smoke, it'll just blown away. Those of you who remember the downfall of the Iron Curtain, of communism, Russia, Soviet Union, one day was there, next morning you woke up, wasn't there anymore. It disappeared. Nobody shot anybody. Nobody made an armed revolt. It just disappeared. It looked real, looked powerful. It's finished. So that is the difference between emes and sheker. Emes is what's real, and sheker is false. It doesn't exist. It just appears to exist. The isser of onoah isn't so much that you stole something from somebody, because there's an isser of gezel. Maram Bab Metzia speaks about it. why you need different Isurim. But Pashtas, if I overcharge you, I'm stealing from you. If I underpay you, I'm stealing from you. What do you need a new Isur of Onoah? Not only that, even the Mandiyamar who holds that Gezel Akum is mutter, we don't paskin like that, holds that Onas Akum is also. The Torah says you can't fool a goy and overcharge him or undercharge him. So it doesn't make sense. If you can outright steal from him, why can't you cheat him? Now the idea is that the Isser of Onah is creating a false impression. That's the Isser. It doesn't make a difference who you're doing it to. You created something false in this world. You made that book look like it's worth $1,000 and it's not. And from that you gain something. That's the Isser. The same thing goes with Onas Devarim. You made it look like this ger is connected to what he used to do. But Gershon is Gair Kekotin Shanola. It's not true. It's an appearance, but it's not true. You created a false impression. That Baal Tshuva, a person does Tshuva, everything that he did before is erased. And you're making it look like he's still connected to what he was before. Ish v'isha is mamish one ishto kegufo. Would you hurt yourself? Would you hurt your own feelings? No. So by hurting your wife's feelings, you make it appear as if it's not kegufo. That's a false impression. That's the Yisur of Onas Dvorim. Creating a false impression, and that's the Yisur of Onas Mamo. It's not so much what you took from the other person. That's covered by Gezel. It's the fact that you created a false impression. And when there's false impressions, so this world can't function. Rabbi Chanan Wasserman says, how could there be a mitzvah of emunah? Manavshach, if you believe, you don't need a mitzvah. And if you don't believe, how can you command somebody to believe in God? God said you should believe in Him. I don't believe Him to believe in Him. Who said? You have to accept the fact that there's a God before you can have a mitzvah. Now there's someone who commands me. But I can't be commanded to believe in the commander, because if I don't believe in him, who's commanding me? Says Rabbi Chanan, based on Echovas Halavavos, what Rav Shamshon for her says in the following way: Emunah is not the knowledge that there's a God, it's the acknowledgement. Everybody deep down knows that if you look at this world objectively, it didn't just come by itself. There's obviously some intelligent creator that created it. So why do so many people believe in evolution? Blind evolution. The world just came, Big Bang. Bang from what? Really, if you think about it, makes absolutely no sense. And I don't want to believe. You want to make a mistake, you'll make a mistake even if it makes absolutely no sense. Because belief is not dependent on knowledge. It's dependent on being objective and accepting that knowledge. So we live in a world where people don't care what truth is. They believe what they want to believe. And therefore there are idiots, supposedly smart idiots, running around the world saying from the river to the sea. They don't know what the river is. They don't know what the sea is. They have no idea what they're talking about. And yet they're a bunch of idiots who would rather believe that a bunch of terrorists, inhuman terrorists, are what they should look up to than what a democracy in the Middle East is. So you believe what you want to believe. The world is a world of sheker. And South Africa, they have the chutzpah to say that we are an apartheid and we are murderers or whatever. They're a bunch of apes. Better watch what I say. They look like apes. With a government that is totally suppressive. You wouldn't want to live in South Africa. Been there many times. The good people are imprisoned there, behind gates and with security. It's only the Ganovin that are running around stealing everybody's cars. They're free. That's South Africa. And they accuse us of genocide. It's beyond belief. Beyond belief. And it's not only the apes in South Africa. There's a bunch of apes in Congress in America. Squad. Who are beyond belief of what they believe. And what they stand behind. One of the simonim of Ikvatz the Mashiach is ha'emes ne'ederes. Truth will be basically non-existent. The world will exist on sheker. So as we read this Kina, and we understand that that's what we have to face in Golus, the opposite of the emes of the Rabbanu Shalom is the sheker of this Olam HaSheker, and it's intensified since what's it called? Since Shmini Atzeres. The sheker in the world is unbelievable. So if we detest that and we desire the emes to come to the front, when Mashiach will come and the world will have to come to terms with what the emes really is, and we want that enough, then Amir Hashem will be able to see that should exist, and will be able to be Mekabel Pnei Mashiach Tzidkenu. The next Kina Yud Aleph, Eicha Eli, Vayikonein Yirmiyahu al Yoshiyahu. It's the Kina that Yirmiyahu Hanavi composed on the death of Yoshiyahu HaMelech. One of the components of Golus is that we don't have proper leaders. The leaders of Klal Yisrael, the political leaders at least, are, as the Vilna Gaon and others say, are basically from the Erev Rav, which we're going to explain what that is. This Kina speaks about Yoshiyahu was a tzaddik, but because he didn't listen to Yirmiyahu Hanavi, he met his demise. And I always like to say that Yoshiyahu thought that he had created a tshuva movement in Klal Yisrael, that all of Klal Yisrael gave up their avodah zarah, and they were tzaddikim. And for that reason, when Paro Nechel asked to be able to go through Eretz Yisrael to go fight Ashur, which was the shortest route for them, Yoshiyahu refused, because he said that we have a Havtach in the Torah of a Cherev lo savra ba'arsechem, afilu Cherev shel shalom. When we are Mekayim b'chukosai telechu, we're promised that even an army that's not interested in fighting Klal Yisrael, but just want to go through their land to fight someone else, that won't happen. And Yirmiyahu told him, or could have told him, he refused to even ask Yirmiyahu, that he's making a mistake, and the people fooled him, and they're not on that madrega, and the Rebbeinu Shalom wants Mitzrayim to go through Eretz Yisrael to get to Ashur. V'sichtachti Mitzrayim b'Mitzrayim. And Yirmiyahu refused to listen. Mida keneged mida. because Yoshiyahu didn't listen to the person he was supposed to listen to. The people who were supposed to listen to Yoshiyahu didn't listen to him. And he wasn't successful in being mashpia on them. It says in the Achris Hayomim, the leaders of Klal Yisrael, the secular leaders, those who are in power in Eretz Yisrael, Psukim say that Klal Yisrael Taka will return, a portion of Klal Yisrael, the Achris Hayomim will return before Mashiach comes, return to Eretz Yisrael, which obviously has happened. And I'll read to you from a sefer that has the Haskamos of Rav Moshe Shmuel Shapiro, Rav Baruch Mordechai Ezrachi, Moshe Shapiro. The sefer is called The Ishmaelite Exile by Rabbi Chiel Weitzman, and from another sefer called Mashmiya Yeshua from Alexander Aryeh Mandelbaum. And these are things that are rooted in the teachings of the Vilna Gaon, basically, and in many, many sources in Kabbalah, in the Zohar. One of the characteristics of the footsteps of Mashiach, Ikvus of the Mashiach, is the insolence will increase. There will be tremendous chutzpah in the world. That is, the mixed multitude will turn into the shepherds of Israel. The Erev Rav will be the leaders of Klal Yisrael. That is, at the end of days, a foreign element will appear among the Jewish people called a mixed multitude by our sages. This group will ascend to prominence and stand at the head of Israel. The Zohar writes this explicitly. The mixed multitude will be in control and rule over the Jewish people in the final exile. This also appears in the Tikkunei Zohar. For behold, autumn has passed, a pasuk in Shir Hashirim, Hinei Hastav Avar. This means that the rule of idolatrous nations will have ended. We won't be under the Shibud Malchios. The rain has disappeared and gone away. The rule of the mixed multitude will take place at that time. Return, return, O perfect one. The time of the mixed multitude will be followed by repentance, the return of the perfect one. This passage tells us that after the Jewish people have undergone subjugation in the 4 exiles, a regime of the mixed multitude will rule over them before they fully repent. The perfect one alludes to the Jewish people. Before they can return, the Erev Rav will ascend to power. Its regime will be characterized by heresy, as described in Sanhedrin. Rabbi Chanan Wasserman summarizes the matter. In the days of the footsteps of Mashiach, the descendants of the Erev Rav will stand at the head of the nation. This same Erev Rav will not only be the leaders of government, but will also stand at the head of the judicial system. As the Gemara says, Ben David, Lo Yavo Ben David, Ad She Lo Yiyu Shoftim V'Sorim B'Yisrael. As it says, I'll bring back your judges as in the beginning. This proves that at that time, the judges will be worthy of replacement. The Gemara cites the words of Reb Chama Bar Chanina, who says that Ben David will come only when the crude government, the Erev Rav, will come to an end. Rashi expands on this and says it refers to a time when the Erev Rav will no longer hold even minor positions of authority. Practically speaking, their social status will make them arrogant and give them a feeling of superiority. As the Gemara says, Lo Yavo Ben David Ad Sheyichle Gasei Haruach MiYisrael. The Vilna Gaon says these are the wealthy and smug. Midivre HaZohar Ola Ki Tekufa Shiltonam Shel Yeser Ha'amim Meshula Hi L'Stav. The autumn is representative of Shibud Malchios, of the Goyish empires that will rule over us. The Ilu Tekufa Shiltonam Shel Ha'erev Rab Meshula Hi L'Geshem. Shamati B'Bir HaDvorim the Biktusas, the Tkufas Hastav, the Derech Klal Ein Yored Geshem. Usually in the autumn, it's not yet the rainy season. Ela Yeshno Kor V'hu Mitzayres Haguf. There's cold, and that physically bothers a person physically. Al Derech Zeh Umos Ha'olam Yishabdu Es Yisrael Shibud Gufani. The empires, the physical empires, will bother Klal Yisrael physically. Sheyigzru al Yisrael gzeros rohos, tzaros, koavos, kedumas hashoah. L'umas zos hageshem hu dover hagorem l'tiris hadas. Geshem doesn't hurt you so much physically, but it's mevalbel your das. Rainy day, people don't feel comfortable. The haris aromes ki ha'erev rav yishabdu Yisrael be'ikar v'shibud ruchani. Shehem yilachemu keneged haruach ha'yehudish. The Erev Rav will fight against Jewish identity, Torah identity. V'yitamu es Yisrael b'tumas o averos uv'hashkafos mezuhamos v'lachein golos Erev Rav nimshala l'geshem hamatridus hadas. So the end of Golos will be not a government of Goyim that will oppress us, but a government of Jews that will oppress us. And the Erev Rav doesn't mean that these people are not Jewish, but the ruach of the Erev Rav will become part of what these Jews, renegade Jews, are. The end of the exile is a period that our sages refer to as the footsteps of Mashiach. In it, insolence will increase, chutz b'yazki. Then the exile of the divine presence will be carried out by the brazen of Israel. These are the souls of the Erev Rav who are mingled with Israel. The primary source of their impurity is insolence towards heaven. They have chutzpah against the Rabbanu Shalom. Authority over the holy nation will be put in the hands of the Erev Rav. Through the force of their arrogance and authority, they try to implement heretical, impure attitudes of my strength and power, kochi votzim yodi, and stand up insolently and brazenly against Yahadus of Torah and Avodas Hashem. This is the test the people of Israel will face during the footsteps of Mashiach. Hashem returns many Jews to the land of Israel, and those who rule and those who break loose of the yoke of Torah pride themselves as if they did it all through their own power. They want to make heresy dominant. This is the final trial of the exile of the divine presence, the most trying of them all. When we recognize this trial in all of its aspects, we will ascertain the mission that heaven has given us in this period, to be strong against the false materialistic values. We must recognize the falsehood of those who claim the first we had to accomplish our tasks, coming to Israel, fighting for it and ruling it, and then only then will God do what's up to Him. And that with the passage of time, fear of heaven and faith will increase. We must recognize that they are attributing to us something that's completely in God's hands and not in our control at all. For God is a man of war, and it's He who has brought all this about. So this is the, for those who are at least somewhat objective, these words are not theoretical, but they represent what we are under: a government, a judicial system that basically is what the Zohar describes as the government of the Erev Rav that will be in Eretz Yisrael before Mashiach comes. We're not talking about Nature Karta. We're not talking about people who go and eulogize the heads of Hamas who are dead. There should be many more of them to eulogize. We're talking about the Knesset, talking about the Bagatz, and unfortunately they are the vestiges of the communist, anti-religious governments that created the State of Israel, where they fought for 7 hours whether they should mention God's name in the Declaration of Independence, because those who were in power refused to sign a document which mentioned God's name. So we have to understand that we're missing real leaders, and daven with great kavana, hashiva shofteinu kevarishona v'yoatzenu kevatchila, because it's those leaders that are from the Erev Rav that are leading us to total destruction. They have no idea what it means. Kol hamarachim ala achzorim, sofa la'achzor ala rachmonim. They're running a war with rachmanis on the enemy. More rachmanis on the enemy than rachmanis on the victims. Poor Yidden. In all the name of democracy, and we are the light of the world, and therefore we have to be more fair to our enemies than we are to our friends. It's absurd in any case, but this is, I suggest that you read these Svarim, and you see, this is not some fanatics of the Turei Karta. This is Divrei Torah that comes from the Vilna Gaon, that comes from from sources that are impeccable. And if you see what they say, way before there was a Medina, but prophesized Chacham Adaf Minavi of what's going to be Ba'achris Hayomim, and see what's happening here. It's Oyum V'Nora. As we read this Kina Eicha Eli, should have a feeling of wanting back the real leaders who will listen to the Nevi'im, and the Nevi'im of our time is the Chachmei Yisrael, Gedolei Yisrael, Chacham Adif Minavi, and leaders that will listen to Das Torah and base their judgments not on English law or some other perversion of woke ideas, right? But base it on emes of Torah, and then Hashiva Shoftaya Kivarishona, and then will be called the Ir HaTzedek Meir of Yominu. Next Kina Yud Zayin. It's on page 69 in the small Kinos. Im Tochalna Noshim Piryo. Describes another aspect of Golus, especially Ikfasa de Mashiach, where there'll be financial problems. People will not have money even for food. To the extreme will be such famine and such hunger that women will cook their children who died in order to be able to survive. It says in Sota, V'yoker Yamir, a tremendous inflation, and things will be very expensive. V'hagefen yitei pirio, but not because there is a lack of commodities, but hayayim b'yoker, because people are running after physical pleasures, and the demand is more than the supply, so the prices go up. This will address the avodah zarah of the time. The Vilna Gaon says that the avodah zarah of modern times is money. And people look to money as their God. Even in America, on the dollar bill, it says, "In God we trust." And the God they're referring to is the dollar bill. On the one hand, there's a Yerushalmi also, I never saw before, except for preparing for the Kinos today. The Yerushalmi says that Bayis Sheni, we know, was destroyed because of Sinas Chinam. But in the Yerushalmi it says, Bayis Sheni nechrav she'ohavim hakesef v'sonim zeh. And that's another dimension. It wasn't just Sinas Chinam, but the Sinas Chinam emerged from their tremendous love of money, because they loved money so much they hated each other. Obviously, they were jealous of each other, and because of that jealousy, because they loved money so much, that created jealousy that caused Sinas Chinam. Saw that the Chaim Volozhiner says that when people choose their money over Torah, because they have to earn a living, that's the excuse not to learn Torah, so they are repeating what the Goyim didn't accept the Torah. When the Rebbeinu Shem offered the Torah to Bnei Esav and Bnei Yishmael, what did they say? Well, we have a bracha of Parnasa, and accepting the Torah will impede our ability to earn a living. So they refused it. And Klal Yisrael accepted it. So when a person says, I can't learn Torah because it impedes my parnasa, so he's following the footsteps of Bnei Esav and Bnei Yishmael. And he says, that's what it says in Pirkei Avos. B'chol yom yotzei basko mehar chorev oin ol brios mi albona shel Torah. This is the elbon, the disgrace of Torah, that people put their ability to earn a living before they put their ability to learn Torah. On the one hand, tzadikim chavivim aleim mamonam yoser migufan. A tzaddik values his money more than his body. And we've explained in the past, what does that mean? A tzaddik understands, like we said just a few minutes ago, that HaKadosh Baruch Hu apportions out to each person what they need for their avodas Hashem. And every material possession, money, material possessions are given to a person according to what his need is in avodas Hashem, to be equipped to play his part in this world. And a tzaddik also realizes that his body was also given to him in order to fulfill his purpose. The Rebbeinu Shalom knows what each person's purpose and gives him a body and the various physical, emotional characteristics that are in tune with his tafkid in this world. When you're given a part in a play, so in order to fulfill your part, you need a costume, that's your body, and you need props, that's your money. So a tzaddik understands that every single thing is given to him by the Rebbeinu Shalom as a kli for avodas Hashem. His body is a kli, and his money is. Which was more precious? Not which is more important. Obviously the body is more important than the money. If you don't have a body, there's nothing you can do with the money. But which is more precious? Chazal say, what makes something precious to a person is how much effort he puts into it. Aidi de torach be chavivle. Chavivus, preciousness. How much effort you have to put into securing your body? 0. It's a birthday present. Your first birthday, you're given a body for free. How much effort do you have to put into using your body and maintaining it? A lot. How about money? Since tzaddikim don't steal, so they have to earn their money honestly, it takes a lot of effort. So it takes a lot of effort to earn your money. It takes a lot of effort to maintain it and to use it. So both of them are kelim for avodas Hashem, your body and your money. Which one involves more effort? Your money. So tzaddikim, chavivim, maleim, mamonim, yosem migufan. Their money is more precious than their body because they're both kelim avodas Hashem, and this one involves more effort. And that's what it says. V'chol kach lama. Why is it so much more precious? She'ein postim yedeihem begezel, because they don't steal. They'd steal, they can get their money easily. But they don't, they have to earn it honestly. It takes a lot of effort. So when people put their trust in their money and don't realize that it's a present from the Rebbeinu Shalom, that he wants them to earn with effort so they'll appreciate what the purpose is, but not depend on it and think that their hatzlacha in this world depends on how much money they have. And the money gives them power and influence, just like the Avodah Zarah of old. So, and then money becomes the main focal point for many things. I'm going to try not to get off the topic. Shidduchim. What is one of the focal points in Shidduchim? Money. How much money can they give? And because of that, girls from families that Gedolei Yisrael inspire to sit and learn and be in kollel, so they didn't get money. They don't have any money. Their daughters can't find shidduchim because the best bochrim are looking for money. And then, a nice girl has money. There could be some of them, if they could just marry the money, they wouldn't need the girl altogether. But she comes along with the deal. That is terrible, terrible avla. And it is supported by supposed Rosh Yeshivas too. And I don't care who they are. They're wrong. And they're causing tremendous avla and tsar to Benos Yisrael who don't deserve that just because the parents don't have money. I'm going to try to control myself. But you should know that that system has to be changed. It may not change right away. This idea that a bocher can't be matzliach in Torah unless he's supported Sidur Maleh. That doesn't mean that he's able to sit and learn Torah, B'dachkus, like Mesiras Nefesh for Torah. What's Mesiras Nefesh for Torah? You marry somebody whose parents can support you, buy you a Tesla, and to buy you a beautiful home, and then you're Moser Nefesh to sit and learn Torah. Oh, that's really mysterious. I'll tell you mysterious Nefesh is. When I was in Kolo, I had a friend who was in Kolo. His parents couldn't support him. His in-laws couldn't support him. He used to eat. Before he had children, him and his wife. They used to eat noodles. Okay, today they call it pasta. It sounds really nice. But it's plain old noodles. I know what pasta is. My grandchildren don't know what noodles are. That's what they ate. Breakfast, lunch, supper, except for Shabbos. Not only that, they couldn't afford to pay a large electric bill. So at night he used to learn by candlelight. This is not somebody from the 1700s. Talking somebody 50 years ago that I knew. Today he's an excellent mechanech somewhere in America. I once gave this shir and mentioned his name. A year later I got a call. The person said, I'm so-and-so. I said, oh, are you related to so-and-so? He said, yeah, that's why I'm calling you. I heard a tape. If you don't know what a tape is, ask somebody who's a little older. I heard a tape of a shir you gave, and you mentioned my father used to eat noodles and learn by candlelight at night. I want to know, is it true? He never told me such a thing. I said, look, my wife doesn't know how to lie. Right? She doesn't know what it means to lie. Me, you could ask the questions, is it true or not? I'll put my wife on the phone. She knows also to sit. She'll tell you it's true. I said, I apologize if you're embarrassed. He said, no, I'm very proud. But I wasn't sure. He never told me about that. So since then, I don't mention anybody's name. In order not to depend on support, when Begin's government came into power, there was a motion in the Begin's party to 100% support the taksiv of all the yeshivas. And Rav Shach said, we will not accept it. We don't want to be supported 100% by the government. A percentage, yeah. For two reasons. He says, one is you get used to that, and Yidden will not be supporting the yeshivas. They'll get out of the habit. And tomorrow the government will decide they want to take away the support, and the yeshivas will close up. You can't depend on support from a government or from anyone that today is here and tomorrow is not here. Yidden have to know they have to support Torah. So in order to engender the support of Torah by Yidden, you can't let them feel that's being taken care of by the government completely. People today think that being supported completely, whether it's yeshivas or it's yeshiva light, that's what makes a person successful. That's avodah zarah. That's putting your trust in money, in a rich father-in-law. It's also avodah zarah. And therefore, before Mashiach comes, the financial status, I run a fund that was foisted on me, really, to give. Originally it was to help people who are suffering because of the results of the war, whether it's soldiers or people who are affected indirectly. Now it's branched out, and people have donated hundreds of thousands of dollars, which I thought maybe they'd raise a few $1,000s and I would give it out and be finished. But now I meet every week with Yaakov Friedman, who helps me out, and we have tens and tens of people who are suffering terrible money problems. A lot of it because of this situation. people lost their jobs, or nobody's coming as customers because of, or they're from the north or the south. And it reminds us that you can't rely on a job, and you can't rely on money, but ein lanu lishoyin ela avinu shabashamayim. And it's important that we have the right hashkafa. What's more important in life? Is money your most important thing? How about your children? How about their education? Where is the main nekuda? B'nai Gad and B'nai Ruvain put their money before their children. We'll build places for our cattle, and then we'll take care of our children. Moshe Rabbeinu gave it to them. And the Medrash says there's three things that if you have any one of them, you have everything. Chachma, Gvura, and Ashirus. But that's only when you look at it as a present from the Ribono Shel Olam. But if you think that you're grabbing it and you're depending on it, and it's your kochi v'otzim yodi, then they're worth nothing. I saw something that was astounding from Hatzalah. Lo Aleinu, there are people both here in Eretz Yisrael and in Chutz La'aretz that forget children in the car, in the heat. Do you know that if you put a raw pizza in a car in the heat, within a half an hour you can cook it? Cook an egg in a car. Same thing happens, Rahman al-Islam, to a person who's left in a car who can't get out. How many children have died because they were forgotten in the car? So look for all kinds of hamtzos, but you shouldn't forget your kid, that you have a kid in the back seat. So in America they developed I think in America, here also, they developed something that you plug in, and when you open the doors of the car, it screams out, check and see if you're leaving anything in the car. Okay, I understand, that could help a person to remember. But I saw from Hatzalah an Eitzah Tova. Leave something of importance in the back seat, like your wallet. And that way you remember the wallet, and you'll find out that the kid's there too. Oyim v'nora. Your wallet you won't forget, but your kid, yeah. If that's not mamish, what Moshe Rabbeinu at times on B'nai Gad and B'nai Ruvain, I don't know what is. So we've reached a point where people's wallets, that'll remind them to take that from the back seat. And agav, there's a kid there too. It doesn't need to be explained. If you don't understand what the problem is, don't have kids. Could be that's what Chazal meant when they said that the Golus came, the Churban came. Al ozvam es torasi shelo berchu batorah tchila. They didn't make a bracha on the Torah before they learned. That's a simple meaning. I always like to say it means something else. There's a bracha we give our children. Yishimcha Elokim ke'Ephraim v'chemenashe v'yosem es Ephraim l'fnei Menashe. One way of understanding that bracha is Ephraim was Yaakov's chavrusa in Mitzrayim. Menashe was his second in command. He helped Yosef with his political career. We want our children to be successful in Gashmias and in Ruchnias. We want them to be like Ephraim, a Gadol Batorah, and we want them to be like Menashe, successful in Parnasa. They should be successful in Gashmias too. But Vayosem es Ephraim l'fnei Menashe. We don't tell our children, we want you to be successful in business, and also you should know some Torah. We tell them you should be a Talmid Chacham and a Bas Torah, and you should also be successful in Parnasa. Ephraim l'fnei Menashe. Shelo berchu batorah tchila. when they blessed their children, they didn't bless them with Torah first. They put Menashe in front of Ephraim, and not Ephraim with name Menashe. Another pshat I wanted to say is, in the morning we make 2 brachas. We make a bracha Birchas HaTorah, and then we make a bracha Birchas HaShachar for all the physical things. But Birchu BaTorah Tchila. They didn't make Birchas HaTorah first. That wasn't the Iker. The Iker is all the Birchas HaShachar. And then, by the way, nice to have Hatzlacha in Torah too. Another pshat I wanted to say is, there's 2 brachas that we make on Torah. Lasok b'divrei Torah. V'ni anachnu v'tzetzo'enu v'tzetzo'ei tzetzo'enu Yodei shemnecha v'lomdei sorosecha lishma. That's one bracha. And the second bracha, Shebochar Banu. Lo berchu b'Torah tchila. They didn't make the first bracha. Lasok b'divrei Torah, to put in effort, that we're not interested. But to get the benefits of being Am HaTorah, Shebochar Banu, that we're willing. But we're not willing to put any effort into it. We're willing to take the kavod, but not to put the effort in. So, as we read this Qinnah, so we should be able to make our priorities the right kind of priorities, and not make kesef, v'zohav, and the money the ikr consideration, but make it a kli for avodas Hashem, which is the ikr. And that way, when in Golus we suffer financially, we have a tremendous desire that Mashiach should come. And the Rambam describes the time of Mashiach when Kol Tanugei Ha'olam will be like dust. Oh, you don't have to fight for it. You don't have to have competition. It's there. Use it for the right purpose. That won't be the ikr factor of life and effort. The ikr will be to learn Torah, to do mitzvahs, to become an Adam Gadol in Torah and mitzvahs and midos tovos, and the money will be just a necessary kli to be able to enable the ikr of what life is all about. The next קינות we're going to say is קינות Yud Ches on page 71 in the small קיnos. The Ata Omarta. This קינות highlights another aspect of Golus, the Chilul Hashem and the Chilul of the kavod of Klal Yisrael in the world. How we're looked upon, how not only the state of Israel, which represents Yiddishkeit to the eyes of most of the world, but how Jews are looked upon in general. And this קינות mentions Lama b'nei Belial chilalu shmecha. We say in Tachnun, Habeit mishamayim u'ra'ei ki hoyinu lag v'keles bagoyim nechshavnu ketzon letevach yuval laharog u'la'abed u'lamako u'lecherpa Habita dal kvodenu bagoyim v'shiktsunu ketumas hanida. How important is it that the nations of the world respect us, not chas v'shalom, the opposite. One could say, who cares what they think? Before we left Mitzrayim, the Rabbanu Shalom performed a miracle that some say was the greatest miracle of Yetzias Mitzrayim. V'nosati eschein ha'om hazeh be'enei Mitzrayim. You would think that by the time we left, the Egyptians would hate us because of all the terrible things that we did to them. All the makos, killed their children. So we were the cause of all their sorrows. And yet, the Rabbanu Shalom did a miracle. We were charming in the eyes of the Egyptians. So one could say that the purpose was so we could get their gold and silver. Jews had to go to borrow, to take gold and silver from the Mitzrim, and if they hated us, they wouldn't give us so much. But if we were charming in their eyes, they'd give us more. And we deserved it. So the Rebbe Shalom made a miracle, Chein ha'am, so we get more gold and silver. Doesn't answer the question. The Rebbe Shalom didn't have to make a miracle that we were charming in their eyes. All he had to do was make it that they were extremely afraid of us. And the more afraid, take what you want. Just leave me alone. Why'd it have to be charming? Why Chein ha'am? Why was that necessary? A tremendous miracle for no purpose. I think the reason is, in the beginning of the Shulchan Aruch, it says, Al tidag min hamalikim. When people mock you and make fun of you because you keep Torah and mitzvahs, don't let it bother you. Don't worry about it. Right? Let them mock you, let them deride you. But you know that what you're doing is right, so what do you care? Chafetz Chaim says if somebody promised you $1 million, if you'll stand on your head and whistle Dixie in the middle of the city, and people will stand around and think you're an idiot, some kind of deranged person, but you know that in 15 minutes when you finish this, you're going to the bank and getting your $1 million. Let them laugh. Who cares? I know what I'm doing is benefiting me tremendously. So I'll tidag min amali, don't let it bother you. But some people think that the more they mock, the better I'm doing the mitzvah. Adarab. If I'll do it in a way that everybody's mocking me, that really shows that I'm really frum, that I'm really doing the mitzvah properly. Torah says it's not the case. Torah says, Ki hi chochmaschem ubinaschem le'enei ha'amim. The Torah is your source of wisdom in the eyes of the nations of the world. Asher yomru. They say, Ein chocham v'novam kagoy agodol hazeh. This is a really, really smart and understanding nation. So first of all, who cares what the goyim say? I care if a goy says I'm smart and understanding, some shikar goy, to decide if I'm smart or not. He can't add 1 and 1. He's going to decide. Who cares? Who cares what the goyim think? There it is. The Torah cares. Torah says, and the Torah makes a condition, Rashi says. If you'll keep the mitzvahs, kitikunam, atem nechshavim kechachomim unavonim. The imlal, if you don't keep the mitzvahs properly, then atem nechshavim keshotim. And the goyim will consider you a bunch of fools. Why? I think because if you keep the Torah properly, then you're representing Dvar Hashem. And Dvar Hashem can't be mocked. It's something that commands respect. But if you don't keep the mitzvahs properly, you're adding a little bit of your own. A little bit of your own could be mocked. And once it is mocked partially, nishpashet, it spreads to the rest too. So when a person keeps Shabbos, but the Goyish world, or even worse, the non-frum Jewish world, Tinoko Shadishbu, they don't know what Shabbos is. But when you keep Shabbos properly, it can only command respect. But if you don't keep it properly, right, you decide that keeping Shabbos is throwing rocks at people who are being Mechal Shabbos, that's called not keeping it properly, in my estimation. If you think that's keeping it properly, you don't belong over here today, that's for sure. Go somewhere else, because you're not going to hear that here. So then, people can say, oh, what's a Shabbos? Bunch of hooligans. That's what Shabbos is. So the Torah is concerned that we find favor in the eyes of the nations of the world. Because it says, if you think that that's not enough, the whole Kriyas Yamsuf, big, spectacular show that the Rabban Shalom made, Kriyas Yamsuf, and drowning the Mitzrim, had a purpose. V'yodu Mitzrayim ki ani Hashem. That the Goyim should know there's a God in the world. Not the Yid. The Iker Kriyas Yamsuf was made for the sake of the Goyim. Which Goyim? Say the Rishonim, in one pshat, the Mitzrim who will be left in Mitzrayim after their friends were drowned will know there's a God. Say other Rishonim, it's not talking about those Mitzrim. It's talking about the ones that are going to drown. But the whole spectacular show of Kriyas Yamsuf was kedai that a few hundred Goyim, Mitzrim, should know there's a God for a few minutes before they drown. That was kedai, the whole big show. We are in Or La'amim. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is concerned about the whole world. And the whole world has to recognize that there's a God. And we're the ones who are supposed to represent the Rabbanu Shalom and let the world know, like a lighthouse from Eretz Yisrael, a beacon that there's a God. And by looking up to us, Kavod of Klal Yisrael is Kavod Hashem. And therefore we have a chiyuv to mekadesh even by goyim. Even though me'ikar adin you don't return a lost article to a goy. But if you'll create a kiddush Hashem, or worse, if by not returning it you'll make a chilul Hashem, then you have to return the lost article. So we have to make a kiddush Hashem to goyim, not just the Jews. The famous Ber Agola in Choshen Mishpat, Hilchas Geneva, Shin Memches. He says the following: it's also to cheat goyim. It's also to steal from goyim. However, a goy who made a mistake, you don't have to tell him that he made a mistake. You can tell him that you rely on him and keep the benefit. He gave you too much change. And you tell him, look, I didn't count the change, but I trust you. And you know that he gave you, you gave him a $20 bill, he gave you $50 back as change. It happens. I once gave some change back to in Chutz La'aretz. It's a non-Jewish cashier. I gave her money and she gave me back more than I gave her in change. So I told her, I think you gave me too much back. So I returned the money. She said, wow, you're the first person. She said, I really failed mathematics in school. And I have a real problem of figuring out how to give change. And at the end of the day, they take it out of my salary, because I usually make mistakes and give back people too much money. When I give them back too little money, they let me know. But you're the first person that ever returned it. It wasn't a lot of money, so I didn't have a big Yetzer Hara to keep it. And there was Kedai, the Kiddush Hashem. Says the Ber Agola, Shem Hirzer Ha'aveda La'ovek Al-Chavim L'Kadesh Es Hashem Kedei Sheyifaru Es Yisrael V'yedu Shehem Bali Amuna Hareze Meshubach Al Kain V'chein Hadin B'Chazoras HaTos. Even though the Torah says you're allowed to keep money that a goy made a mistake, it's his mistake. Shehita ha'ovik ochavim me'atzmo va'ani kosev zos l'doro, says the Ber Hagola. I'm writing this for all future generations. Shira'isi rabim gidlu v'hashiro minto sheto ha'ovik ochavim. People who became rich from taking advantage of goyim who made mistakes. V'lo hitzlichu, and in the end they weren't matzliach. The yardu nichseihem l'timyon, and they all became bankrupt. V'lo hinichu achareim bracha, they had nothing to give over to the next generation, to their children. K'moshe kosa b'sefer Chasidim, v'rabi marsher kidshu Hashem, and I saw many who were mekadeshem shamayim and didn't take advantage of the goy and returned the money that they made a mistake. The Ziru Tos Ovik Ochavim B'Dover Choshuv, important things, not a few pennies. And a lot of money that they could have fooled the goy, taken advantage of his ignorance, and Godlu V'Hishiru V'Hitzlichu V'Hinichu Yisram V'Oleihem, because they're Mekadeshim Shamayim, they were Matzliach, and these people became rich and had what to give over to their children. The Netziv in his Hakadama to Sefer Bereshis explains why Sefer Bereshis is called Sefer HaYosher. And basically he says that it's possible for a person to be a tzaddik and a chosid and a lomdei Torah. The Avos were definitely tzaddikim, chasidim, and lomdei Torah. But they also were Yeshorim. They were straight in how they dealt, even with Goyim, even with Odei Avodah Zarah. Avram Avinu hated the rishus of stone, but he functioned with them yosher, straight. He davened for them. They concerned him. You have to be straight with people and not look to find ways to be crooked and use the Torah as their excuse. So the Rebbeinu Shalom made a miracle. Our first redemption is a siman to the final redemption. There's going to be a long golus, says the Rebbeinu Shalom. And during that golus, you're going to be mocked and derided and worse by the Goyish world. Never think that that's the ideal. That's a Rachmanis. The ideal is v'nosati eschein ha'am be'enei Mitzrayim. So even if you have to suffer like that, never think that that's the ideal. That's the way it should be. That's part of the distortions of Golus. But ultimately, the whole world will recognize who Klal Yisrael is and who the Ribono Shel Olam is. So that is why the intense Golus today of how Klal Yisrael is derided and mocked and looked upon like Schi Umos, tremendous Chilul Hashem, because of the Chilul of Kovod of Klal Yisrael. And the Chilul of the Medinas Yisrael is also included, because in the eyes of the Goyim, Medinas Yisrael is Jews. They don't make distinctions. And they don't distinguish between the Turei Karta, or Dati Le'umi, or Freie Yidden. And these idiots who claim to be the Turei Karta, they're not the Turei Karta. The Turei Karta does not claim them. Nobody does. The Gadol B'Yisrael, years ago, said on this small group, they're a small group of idiots, of insane people. And that is Likat Schus. Because if they're not insane, they are terribly wicked people. So I give them the credit that they're insane. They are not in the Turei Karta. Turei Karta is Eidah HaCharedis and a section of it. I don't agree with their Shita, but a lot of people don't agree with my Shitas. So they're entitled to they have Gedolei Yisrael that support their Shitas. I have Gedolei Yisrael that support my Shitas. That I can understand. I can't understand people who no one supports. There was a Gadol about 50 years ago. I heard this from the person who heard it directly from. I won't mention the name of the Gadol because he didn't tell me I could mention his name. He's no longer alive. So he's obviously not going to tell me now that I can mention his name. He told someone that if someone could eliminate this Hirsch, who was the head of this false Turei Karta, called themselves, be doing a tremendous mitzvah if he could get away with it and make a tremendous Kiddush Hashem, because the person is endangering Klal Yisrael by his insane actions. Because people look at that and say, well, this is Judaism. Right? This is frum Jews. So we're not talking about them. Everybody has a chiyuv to make a Kiddush Hashem in this world, to act in a way that is right and straight, even with Goyim. And in that way, the name of Klal Yisrael should be a name that's looked up to. V'nosati eschein ha'am be'enei Mitzrayim. So as we read this Kinos, we should bemoan the fact of how Klal Yisrael is looked upon in the nations of the world, and yearn for that to change. And if we yearn enough, then our yearning will help to make that change, and the Ribono Shel Olam will bring Mashiach Tzidkenu and Chen Ha'om Hazeh Be'enei Kol Ha'olam B'Korov. The next Kina Chaf Aleph, on page 74 in the small Kinos, is Arze Halvanon, the Kina on the Asor Aruge Malchus. Another aspect of Golus is that there are a dearth of Gedolei Yisrael, and we'll include in that people are Somnei Talmidei Chachomim, the scene of Talmidei Chachomim, by people who are Amei Ha'aretz, or in our situation by the Chiloni world, and even by some of the Dati world. The Gemara says in Psachim, Mem Tesa B'D Beis, Tanya Omer Rabbi Akiva, Kishahayisi Am Ha'aretz. Rabbi Akiva said, in those first 40 years of my life, when I was in Am Ha'aretz, Omarti mi yitein li Talmid Chacham v'nashchenu kechamor. Who will give me a Talmid Chacham that I should be able to bite him like a donkey? Omru lo Talmidov, so the Talmidim said to Rabbi Akiva, Rebbe Emor Kekelev, why like a donkey? I want to bite him like a dog. Dogs bite. Why dafka like a chamor? Omer lahen zen no sheikh v'shover etzem, v'zen no sheikh v'eino shover etzem. A dog bites you, he doesn't break your bones. When a chamor bites you, he breaks your bones too. So I'm telling you, when I was in Am Ha'aretz, not only would I want to bite a Talmid Chacham stam, I want to bite him like a chamor. Weiter the Gemara says, Tanya, Rabbi Lezer Omer, Ilmole Anu Tzrichim Lahem, Lamasa Umatan. If we wouldn't be needed by the Amei Ha'aretz to do business with them, they need our business. The Haredi population buys their products. Chayu Horgim Osanu, they'd kill us out. But they need us, so they don't kill us. And then the Gemara says, Gedola Sina Shesonim Amei Ha'aretz Talmid Chacham, the hatred that Amei Ha'aretz have, Jews have, for a Talmid Chacham, Yosef Misina Shesonim Obdik Ochavnes Yisrael. It's worse than anti-Semitism of Goyim. Yidden who hate Talmidei Chachomim hate them worse than Goyim hate them. And the simple meaning is that the Goyish women hate Talmidei Chachom even more than their husbands hate them. What's the meaning of this Gemara? Tosfos in Ksubas asks the following question. Rabbi Akiva, seemingly when he was in Am Ha'aretz for 40 years, hated Talmidei Chachomim, was willing to bite them like a chamor. Yet the Gemara says in Ksubas that the daughter of Kalba Savua, who Rachel eventually married Rabbi Akiva, because she saw that he was Ma'ali v'Sanua. He had good midos, and he was a modest person. So the Chor, it doesn't sound like Rabbi Akiva was such a big tzaddik when he was in Am Ha'aretz and wanted to basically kill Talmidei Chachomim. So Tosfos says he was Baal Midos, he was fine, but the Amei Ha'aretz think that Talmidei Chachomim hate them. And Kemayim Ponim al Ponim, because Rabbi Akiva assumed that Talmidei Chachomim are Misgoya on Amei Ha'aretz, they're look down on Amei Ha'aretz and Misgoya on them, and therefore the Talmid Chacham hates me, so Kemayim Ponim al Ponim, if he hates me, I hate him. That's natural. People reflect how other people feel about them. Another teretz Tosfos says is that since Talmidei Chachamim don't let Amei Ha'aretz even touch them, they're totally separated from them, and also treat them like second-class citizens or whatever. So he feels separation from the Talmid Chacham, and like we said, when you feel a separation, it leads to Sina. Rabbi Yeshaya Kaufman says a different pshat in Rabbi Akiva. Since Rabbi Akiva didn't appreciate the value of learning Torah, so he thought that Talmidei Chachamim are not part of the world. They're not accepting the yoke of a responsibility of this world. They're not oskim b'yeshuva shalola. They're parasites, and they eat and they don't do anything. Everybody else works and supports them. Sounds familiar, no? They don't bear the equal amount of burden in this world. When he came and understood the chashivas of Torah, he understood that Talmidei Chachamim also contribute towards the welfare of the world. But if you don't understand that Torah is important, then that's how you look at Talmidei Chachamim. They're parasites. What are they doing? They learn for their own purpose. They don't benefit anybody else. The EIM points out that the Amei Ha'aretz don't hate the Talmid Chacham because they benefit from it. Just the hatred itself, even if they don't get any benefit from it, right, that in itself is a goal. Says others say that Amei Ha'aretz who are not familiar with what halacha is, so they suspect that the Talmid Chacham is not really a Talmid Chacham, he's a faker. So because they're choshed all Talmidei Chachamim of not being emes, so they hate them all. Just to be machmer, just in case. And in that respect, it says that they're like chamor. They want to bite like a chamor, sheshover etzem. They take away the atzmius of the Talmid Chacham. They take away the fact that he's a real Talmid Chacham and suspect him of being a faker. So another thing they say, the Mivchar Tzedek, Amei Ha'aretz, who do appreciate what Torah is, they hate the Talmid Chacham because of jealousy. And that was Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva, even when he was in Am Ha'aretz, appreciated at least what it meant to learn Torah, and he was jealous of the Talmidei Chachamim who learned Torah. And out of jealousy, he hated them. He also, Amei Ha'aretz, who could be frum themselves, but since they don't know Torah, so they think that the Talmidei Chachamim are doing things keneged the Torah. As the Shema says, that Dali Abatim is helpful from Das HaTorah. How a person sees things with their physical eye is sometimes the opposite of how the Torah sees things. So when they look at a Talmid Chacham and they see how he functions, and they think that he's being over on Divrei Torah, because according to them, that's what they think the halacha is. So they hate the Talmidei Chachamim because they are going against the Torah the way they understand it. Another reason they say is that because the Am Ha'aretz is involved in the way of the world, earns a living, pays taxes, so they're Mavaza Talmid Chacham, who they consider, Batlonim. And the ones that are Yoshvim B'Kronos, the Am Ha'aretz, who sit around and shoot the breeze all day and don't do too much either, especially the retirees. So they think that Talmidei Chacham should respect them more. And they bring a raya. When we left Mitzrayim, two things got schar. One, because they didn't attack, and the other, the Chamorim, who carried the burden of Klal Yisrael. So he said, why the Talmidei Chacham are not like us? We're not worse than Chamorim that carry the burden, their burden, and we don't sit around and talk badly about them. So we keep our mouths shut with what we could say. So at least we should be considered like Klovim and Chamorim. Should also, deep down, and Am Haaretz knows that Talmidei Chachamim have a much more meaningful life than them. And they realize that their lives are pretty empty. So they have tremendous קינות, even more than Goyim. Goyim also deep down know that the Jewish people have a much more meaningful life. But they didn't accept the Torah. So their jealousy is minimal. But Klal Yisrael accepted the Torah. And they could have now be a Talmid Chacham. So the jealousy is even great. And the wife of an Am Haaretz even worse, because she could have married a Talmid Chacham. So her קינות is even greater. The Chassam Sofer brings from one of his Rebbeim, Reb Mendel Elilag. Since Hagodol Michaveiro Yitzro Godol Mimenu, the Gemara ends over there. The Shano Pirish Godol Mikulam, somebody who learned and went away from it, hates Talmidei Chachamim the worst, because he could have not gone away from it. The more that you have the potential to be a Talmid Chacham, the more jealous you are from the Talmid Chacham. So a regular person could have learned. So he's kind of more than a goy who didn't have that opportunity. And the wives who could have married Talmidei Chachamim and benefited, they're even worse with the קינות. And the Shano Pirish, who didn't have to leave the Torah and stay by it, he's even worse than the other ones. So that is the Sina that Amnei Haaretz have, and that's what we're experiencing today. Tremendous Sina, not only by non-frum people, but even frum people. And I would say even some people who claim to be Charedim also have this distaste for people who are sitting and learning and not at least working part-time or whatever, because they don't understand the chashivas of Torah. But we have a chiyuv also to, just like Rabbi Akiva, who thought that the Talmidei Chachamim hated him. There's a story with Rabbi Yosef Chaim Sonnenfeld that during the times when the Sina for Charedim in Eretz Yisrael, towards the beginning of the Medina, was also in a very intense time. The Shilas were to fight the Arabs, to make some kind of pshara, whatever. So a group of ruffians broke into Rabbi Yosef Chaim Sonnenfeld's house, and one of them pulled out a gun and threatened to shoot Rabbi Yosef Chaim. And Pili Ployim, Rabbi Yosef Chaim stared at this guy, and after a few minutes he put down the gun, apologized, and walked out. So later the Talmidim who were there said, Rebbe, what did you say? What kind of Kabbalah did you say that showed this? He said, no, tell them a story, but it's not important now to go to the story. Bottom line, he said, it says, K'mayim ponim el ponim, people reflect how other people think about them. I tried to find every excuse for this guy why he ended up the way he is. He didn't have a proper education. He didn't have a proper family. And I looked at him and filled my heart with love for this guy, understanding the reasons why he's acting the way that he is, and was a result not of his real free choice, but result of his upbringing. And I filled my heart and looked at him with tremendous love. And Mamela, he looked back at me the same way. If you want Amei Ha'aretz not to think like Rabbi Akiva did when he was less than 40, so you can't give them the impression that you don't not chorus them. At least have a chorus atov for what they do for society, what they do in the army, and instead of merely saying that we don't want to have any part of your army and we don't want to, but to say, look, we appreciate what you're doing, but there's another necessity in this world, not just to have people fighting physically, they have to be spiritual army. And equality doesn't mean that everybody's doing the same thing. Even in the army, there's a band. They are not in any kind of physical danger unless they don't play well and people start throwing things at them. There's a radio station, Galei Tzahal. That, by the way, is where Yair Lapid, right, shouldered the burden of defending this country. Never was in a battle, never on the front, and he has the chutzpah to say that other people are shirking their responsibility. What did he do for Klal Yisrael? But in any case, that's the Olam HaSheker we talked about. So there's also parts in the army. Not everybody's on the front. There are even people preparing meals for the people who are fighting on the front. So we should make everybody equal. Nobody in the kitchen, nobody in the band, everybody on the front. So they'll all be killed because they won't eat and they won't have their morale raised. And there won't be people to take care of modi'in, of intelligence. Everybody has their part. We just believe there's another part. And that part is learning Torah to give the army the schus to be able to be successful. So if we give the impression that we respect what they're doing, but we think that there's another aspect that has to be done, then the Amei Ha'aretz won't get the impression that we hate them and they won't hate us. At least it'll be a lot easier to be able to have respect for Torah and Talmidei Chachamim if we act in a way that at least it takes into consideration that we do have a Koras HaTov for the people who are involved in physically not going and calling soldiers shrotzim or Nazis or whatever. These people are defending your life. They're protecting your life. Without them, right, the Arabs are not going to say, well, you are Haredi, we won't kill you. If you're Dati Leumi, then we'll think we'll kill you halfway. You're a Chiloni, then we won't kill you at all. In any case, as we read this קינות, we should realize that one of the aspects of Golus is this idea of sinas Talmidei Chachamim, and try as much as we can to compensate for it and yearn that Mashiach will come and people will appreciate what it means to sit and learn Torah, and that's what Klal Yisrael will be doing exclusively, and leave all the other physical things to the nations of the world. The next Kina Chav Gimel on page 78 in the small Kinos, the Es Navi. This Kina, the Es Navi, tells the story of the son and the daughter of Rabbi Shmuel Kohen Gadol, who were taken captive and by two different goyim, and they wanted to that they should marry each other, so the children would be to the benefit of these captors. And they cried at night, not knowing who the other one was, that they would have to marry and live together, the daughter of the Shmuel Kohen Gadol with some goy, probably some slave, and the son of Shmuel Kohen Gadol cried for the same reason, to have to live with some goyish woman or whatever to produce children for these captors. In the morning they discovered who they were and cried on each other's shoulders. One of the aspects and components of Golus that has intensified since Shmini Atzeres is the breakdown of families who've been uprooted from their homes in the north and the south for months, and the separation of families where fathers and children are in the army separated from their families already for many, many months, many of them. And of course, the hostages taken captive in unimaginable circumstances and environments. Can't even imagine what they're going through. And because of that, children who have been separated from their families, not physically, but have gone through trauma because of all of this, and they had to bring in hordes of social workers from Chutz La'aretz to deal with all the children who are in trauma. And a lot of that trauma makes people go off the derech and separates from their families spiritually, not only physically. So it's important to appreciate the importance of a family, a Jewish home. I always like to say that everything starts with the home. We have a Beis HaKnesses and a Beis HaSefer and a Beis HaMedrash. Every starts with a bias. After the bias, you can have a Knesses, a Medrash. But without that bias, it's very difficult to continue on with all the other institutions. All of our Yomim Tovim center around the family, as Moshe Rabbeinu told Paro. Paro said, you're celebrating a Yontif, so the men should go. What need the women and children? And Moshe Rabbeinu told him, that's not our Yontif, that's not our idea of a Chag. B'noreinu v'zkeinenu neilech, b'vonenu v'vnoseinu, ki Chag Hashem lonu. Our idea of a Yontif is a family celebrating it together. The whole idea of Hashras Hashchina and Klal Yisrael is not in the Beis HaMikdash. V'asuli Mikdash v'shachanti b'socham. Where's the b'socham? In every Jewish home. And there's a hint to that. From where did the Shechina emanate in the Beis HaMikdash? Mibein Shnei HaKruvim. And Chazal say the Kruvim, one was male, one was female, and they had the faces of children. There you got the whole family. That's where the Shechina emanates in Klal Yisrael. And that's how the Rebbeinu Shalom put his name on the families of Klal Yisrael. The Chanoch, Mishpachas HaChanochi, he put a Hey of his name and a Yud of his name in every family name. That's where the Rebbeinu Shalom dwells. Question is, why is it backwards? The Hey comes before the Yud, and the Shem Hashem, the Yud comes before the Hey. The Kli Yakar says because the ones that preserved the purity of the Jewish family in Mitzrayim were the women. The men just followed suit. So it says, Ish ve'isha shchina shuya b'neihem. The Ish has the Yud, and the Isha has the Hey. So the Hey came first. The woman was more important. That's why the women were approached first by Matan Torah too. So therefore the Kli Yakar says the Hey comes before the Yud. So the woman was more important than the men. I was thinking of another reason. Ish ve'isha shchina shuya b'neihem. Shem Hashem is Yud Kei Vav Kei, which means Hoya Hove Yiyah. So the Yud is the future, the Yiyah. The Hey is the Hoya, the past. The Vav, Hey, is the Hove, is the present. The Isha is the past, meaning she connects the family to Masorah. That's a woman's role in a family, to make sure that the family follows Masorah, that's connected to the past. The man is the one who creates the future. Limud Torah, Parnasa, Kivshuha. He creates the future of the family. Where's the present? It doesn't say Ish, Isha, Shchina, Shuri, B'neihem. Ish, Ve'isha. The Vav of the Hove is when they work together. Then there's a present. So by the Rabbanu Shalom, the future comes before the past. Because the Ikar Kavanah of the Bria was for Olam Haba. Except you have to have an Olam Hazeh to get to Olam Haba. So by the Rabbanu Shalom, the Yud comes before the Hey. The Yihya comes before the Hoya. But we live in a world which has time. So first you have to have the Hoya before you can have the Yihya. So when the letters of Shem Hashem come into this world, they're reversed. The Hey comes before the Yud. Hachanochi, because first comes the Isha, the past, and then comes the Gever, the future. Also, I was thinking, I maybe saw this somewhere, when you have a stamper, so on the stamper is one order. When you stamp with it, it comes out backwards. So Mamela, since HaKadosh Baruch Hu put his stamp on the names of Klal Yisrael, his Yud Hey became Hey Yud, when the stamp was stamped. And in order to preserve the authenticity of Klal Yisrael, so the family is what does that. There's a medrash in Parshas Noach on the pasuk leMishbechosehem yotzu min haTeva mikan sheyotzu mibeis hakneses mishpachos. Just like when they left the Teva, even though in the Teva they were separate, men and women, when they left by family. And here we learn that when you leave shul, you should leave by family. We don't daven together. We don't have the family that prays together, stays together. That's a Goyish idea. And men daven in one place and women in the Ezras Noshim. But when you leave shul, you should leave by family. Family should leave. What's the simple meaning of the medrash? A play on words. Teva is a boat. So when they left the boat, they left by mishpacha. But in the lashon of the Mishnah, the Teva was the Aron Kodesh. And therefore, in English, that's preserved. We have Noah's Ark and the Holy Ark. So both of them are arks. When you leave the ark, you should leave by family. It's a nice play on words. What does it really mean? We live in a world where we're surrounded by floodwaters that threaten to drown us. All these Deos Kosvos, false ideas and ideologies, and all the Yetzer Haras. So you need to insulate yourself from all of that. You can't isolate yourself because you can't run away. Everywhere in the world there's negative influences. The Meiri says that the evil in this world is like a yam, and the way to escape it is like a boat. Doesn't make sense. You can't escape the yam in a boat. The boat can only float on the sea. What he's saying is you can't get out of the yam. It's everywhere. The most you can do is create a boat that's waterproof, that won't let the water in. So in the time of Noah, they had a teva that protected them from the destructive waters around. We have also tevas that protect us from the yam of rishus around us. They are yeshivas, seminaries, kehilos, shuls. They are the tevos that protect us from being inundated by these evil waters. But you can't stay in a yeshiva your whole life. Can't even stay in a shul your whole life, even though it's beginning to feel like that, I'm sure, for most of you. So how do you survive when you leave the teva? That's what the Medrash says. If you create a family that has the same values and the same standards as the shuls, Bate Medrashos, Bate Knesios, seminaries, then you can leave the mothership and still be protected, because your family becomes a lifeboat, an extension of the mother shift. That's the Mishbechosehem Yotzu Min HaTeva. What is Mishpacha comes from the lashon of Nispach, an attachment. Attachments create families, and family is a proving ground for the bigger society. It's a little mini society. There's authority figures who have to know how to deal with each other. That's called a mother and a father. And then there are people who have to listen to authority. Those are called children. And then there is ways of respecting both the people who are in charge and giving authority and the people receiving authority. That's brothers and sisters, and how parents deal with each other. So a family is supposed to ready a person for society. And families that are not functioning properly, dysfunctional families, usually the people who are brought up there, not always, but usually, are dysfunctional members of society too, because they never had the training of how to function in a chevra, in a society. And therefore each person has his role to play in the family. And that's what it says with Meir Shapiro. Ki im b'toras Hashem chefso v'soroso yeh geyom v'layla. Everybody has their Torah. When they worry about fulfilling their specific Torah, for instance, person is a malveh, he loans somebody money, he has his Torah. He can't take ribbis, he can't put pressure on the person to pay if he knows he can't. And then there's a loveh, he has his Torah. He has to scrimp and save and pay back and have a hakoras hatov to the person who lent him the money. When everybody keeps their Torah, Shalom al Yisrael. The malveh says, I better not put pressure on him, I better not take ribbis. And the lover says, I better appreciate what he did, and I better scrimp and save to pay back. You know when there's problems? When everybody's shomer somebody else's Torah. The lover says, you better not take ribbis and you better not put pressure on me. And the malveh says, you better scrimp and save and pay me back and have a little hakoras hatov. Then there's problems in Klal Yisrael. So when everybody fulfills their Torah and not somebody else's Torah, so then there's a functional family. And it doesn't come easy. I always like to say, I think it's a very emes word. On the one hand, Shlomo HaMelech says, Eishes Chayil mi yimtza. Who can find an Eishes Chayil? They're very rare. Now, if I was a woman, I would not be happy with what Shlomo HaMelech said. I wouldn't stand around the Shabbos table smiling when they sing Eishes Chayil. I'd say, what is he talking about? It's rare to find an Eishes Chayil in Klal Yisrael. And yet Shlomo HaMelech himself contradicts it. Rabos bonos asu chayil. If there's so many, how come they're rare? How come you can't find them? Are they hiding behind trees? What? Two things don't go together. I think the answer is Eishes Chayil miyim, so you just don't find the Shei Chayil. They're not like pearls. If you're lucky, you got an oyster with a pearl in it. But Rabos bonos asu chayil. If you work at it, you can become an Eishes Chayil, and there's plenty of Jewish women who worked on themselves and became Neshei Chayil. But you don't just find them. They don't grow on trees. They don't just happen. They happen because Rabos bonos asu chayil. Same thing goes with a family. Families, good families don't just happen. But you have to put in the effort and the work to create a good family. And therefore, when we have families that have been torn apart, either because of captors or because of being soldiers or being displaced from their homes because of missiles in the north and the south, so how can you see to it that children shouldn't be traumatized and there's more people going off the derech than were ever before? People have shaylos and emunah. And it says, Taka, before the Geula comes, it says, HaGalil Yechorev, the north, the Galil, will be destroyed. The Hagavlon Yoshum, and those who live around the borders, south and north, right, will be desolate. Anshe Hagvul Yisovuvu Meir Le'ir, the people who live on the borders will end up wandering from place to place and not find any machmodas from people, as the people from the north and the south have been bantered around because they had to leave their homes. And then Na'orim Pnei Skenim Yalbinu, when families are torn apart, then children insult their elders. Ben Menavel Av, a son turns against his father. Bas Kama Be'ima, a daughter against her mother. Kala Bechamosa, daughters-in-law against their mothers-in-law. Oy Ish Anshe Beso, people's own family will be their enemies. Haben Eno Misbayish Me'aviv, children won't be embarrassed to do all kinds of averas. It's Oyim V'Nora that describes what's happening. And didn't happen before this. Where was there HaGalil Yechorev, V'Anshe HaGvul Yisovevu? When did it ever happen before? Exactly what the Chazal say is Ikvis of the Mashiach. So we have to work at yearning for these things to cease to exist, the matzah to get better. Until it happens, we have a responsibility to see to it that we work on our own families and help other people work on their families. I'm involved with a organization called Epic Families, Rabbi Goodman, which works to strengthen the family, to give mentors to English-speaking families here that have a hard time accommodating themselves to the society here in Eretz Yisrael, especially the educational society, which has some problems with it for people from Chutz La'aretz, sometimes even for people in Eretz Yisrael. So to be involved, and we should be mispal tka b'shofar gadol lecheruseinu, the son neis lekabetz kol yoseinu, the kabtzeinu yachad. If when we're united together, then we'll be united me'arba kanvos ha'aretz. And Mirza Hashem, if we want it enough, then the Rebbeinu Shem will take our want and make it real. The Diasko El Tzedek Meir of Yameinu. The next kina is really three kinos. The kina miyitain, kina chafhei, page 81 in the small kinos, is a kina on the destruction of the three kehilo shum, Shapira, Vamaiza, and Magensa, during the Crusades, 1056. And our minig here is that when we say this kina, since it deals with the destruction of kehilos, so we also add a kina for the destruction of the kehilos during the Churban of European Jewry in the Second World War. And this year, I'm not going to add another kina because we're not capable of writing new kinos. And the only reason we say the one on the Shoah is because it's been accepted by many kehilos, legitimate kehilos, and it was written by somebody who pretty much nobody disputes his godless, Rabbi Shimon Schwab, who had a very close connection to those kehilos that were destroyed. So there I made an exception. Could be in the passage of time. If it's necessary, we may say a kina for what happened on Shmini Atzeres. Today, I'm just going to read it to you. There are three examples. One that was written anonymously. I don't know if anonymously was somebody that could write a kina or not. I'm not familiar with anonymously. So we're not going to read that one. And there's one that Rabbi Moshe Hauer from the OU, I don't know if he composed it, but he sent it out. And there's one from Rav Tzvi Rimon. Rav Tzvi Rimon is a Talmid Chacham, aligned with the Dati Le'umi Kehilos, recognized fine Talmid Chacham, and therefore that's the one I'm going to read. I know that he's an acclaimed Talmid Chacham. I may not agree with all of his hashkafas, and he probably doesn't agree with all my hashkafas. But that does not passel him or me. But he is a Talmid Chacham, acclaimed Talmid Chacham, and therefore I don't find any problem of reading a kina that he composed. If anybody has a problem with that, so too bad. Rashi says that there is an inyan to say kinos for current tzoros. Rashi in Divrei Hayomim Beis, Perek Lamed Hey, Posek Chav Hey, Shetiknu lomar kina al Yoshiyahu, Kisha omrim kinos, Dugma b'Tisha B'Av, Shemaskirim kinos al ha'arugim b'gzeiro she'iru b'yomenu. that on Tisha B'Av, Rashi says, it's no to say kinos on current events, and they were misakin that when we get together to say kinos for current things, you have to add one for Yoshiyahu. And we say in Tachnun, Ona melech chanun v'rachum zechor v'habet l'bris bein abesorim v'seiro elef onecho akedas yochid l'man Yisrael. The question is, what in the world does akedas Yitzchak have to do with bris bein abesorim? Two completely different occurrences. I was thinking that by bris bein abesorim, Avram Avinu was given a choice. That Klal Yisrael had some blemish in it that had to be corrected. And either it could be corrected in Gehenna, every Jew will have to go through Gehenna to correct this blemish, or it'll be corrected by Shibud Mitzrayim. And Avram Avinu chose Shibud Mitzrayim, Golios, which include tremendous korbanos throughout the generations, whether it was the Kedoshei Bloi, who were killed al Kiddush Hashem, one of the first blood libels, or Gzeres Tatnu, the Crusades, or Gzeres Tach V'Tat, where 1/3 of European Jewry was decimated during Gzeres of Tach V'Tat, the Chmielnitsky pogroms. And in more modern times, World War I, World War II, and now this pogrom, the Shmini Atzeres pogrom. So the Bris Bein Abesorim said that Avram Avinu chose Golus, and specifically korbanos, but human korbanos, that are taken from Klal Yisrael because of Golus. And therefore, the Bris Bein Abesorim is connected to Akedas Yitzchak, because the Chaim Volozhiner says that no Jew could ever have had the koach to be Moser Nefesh al Kiddush Hashem, or to give up his family al Kiddush Hashem, unless Avram Avinu passed the Akedah. That gave the koach for all future generations. So in order for Bris Bein Abesorim to be effective, and that the Golus and all the Korbanos take away that blemish and not necessitate Gehenna, which is much, much worse. So that's only the Bris Bein Abesorim was enabled by the Akedas Yitzchak. And we've come to the realization that which some said, never again, we won't allow another Holocaust. We won't let it happen. As if we let it happen then. As if the people then said, okay, please could you send us to the gas chambers. But if anybody studies the Holocaust and the pre-Holocaust and what happened during the Holocaust, know that there was nothing that they could have done. Nothing. Because of the circumstances. Now is not the time to go into detail, but read, see what the circumstances were, what they could have done. But we've come to the realization that second part is not true either. It's not true that they could have done and didn't, and now we can do and we will. Because we saw in Shmini Atzeres that the Kochi Votzim Yodi, we have a Medina, we have an army, we have a multi-million-dollar fence with all of the modern ability to see if an ant goes over that fence. But a lot of ants went over the fence. And somehow it wasn't detected. And the army wasn't there. And the Medina didn't scare people away. So we have to understand that it's Gzeira min hashamayim. Do we understand why? No, you can't ask why. For what purpose? What can I learn from it? Yes. Things way beyond our understanding. Chafetz Chaim, I think, said, but before him, he brings from others, that people that were killed during Gzeres Tach V'Tat were neshamas gilgulim of people who killed Zechariah Hanavi, or people who were over that Avodah Zorah in Bayis Rishon. Who knows about gilgulim? Who can see whose neshamas or what? So we have to admit that we have no idea. Ksil o Yovin Ezos. At the same time, to be machshiv the people who were killed al Kiddush Hashem, and even if they didn't have a choice, they were murdered by Goyim because they were Jews, they have a din of Kedoshim, of Kiddush Hashem. There's a Medrash, my Rosh Yeshiva of Gifter, quoted this Medrash, I think either after the 6-Day War, could be after the Yom Kippur War. And he said, categorically, the Medrash says, David HaMelech calls his enemies, Jewish enemies, Klavim, dogs, Chamorim. And a few sentences later, when these Klavim and Chamorim are killed because they're Jews by Goyim, he calls them Nosnu Bosher Chasidecha Machal Auf HaShamayim. Calls them Chasidim and Avadecha. So the Medrash says that anyone who's killed a Misa Meshuna because he's Jewish has a din of a Kodesh. No matter what he was before his Misa, the Misa Meshuna is Mechaper, and he said that any Jewish soldier, or for that matter anyone who was killed, Misa Meshuna, because he's Jewish, has a din of somebody who died on Kiddush Hashem. And therefore it's gzeros that we don't understand, and it's not necessarily individuals, it's a gzera on Klal Yisrael. That's why many people paskin, we don't usually name a child for somebody who died tragically. You have to add a name or whatever. It's called Reya Masli. But people who were killed in the Holocaust, you're allowed to name without adding a name, because it was not their mazel. It was a gzeira on Klal Yisrael, not on any specific individual. And Mamela, what's it called? You can't point out that there's something wrong with that person because it was a gzeira on the Klal, not on the Pratim. And therefore we have a chiyuv to feel the tsar of all these generations, including the one that happened in our time. And it behooves us to read a little bit and see what people went through in the kibbutzim in the south, what the achzorius of Hamas, not just stam killed people, mutilated them, and terrible, terrible things. And because of that, a person will come, one, to hate that evil. There's a mitzvah to hate it, and also to appreciate life. That when you understand how people's lives were cut short, children, young people, families totally destroyed, so you begin to appreciate how important those things are. And we say that Chazal say that Zechiras Yom HaMavis, remembering that we are mortal, that one day everybody is going to leave this world, so it makes life more important. But the Gemara says you don't remember that in a vacuum, because that could lead you to other conclusions. Some people can come from the fact that they're mortal to say that I'm not mortal. If I do everything right, I'm just going to live forever. I'll eat health food, I'll jog, I'll do everything right, and therefore I will always be healthy. Doesn't work. The person who created the idea of jogging died of a heart attack while he was jogging. That doesn't mean you shouldn't jog. I wish I could jog. I have a faint memory of what that means. But it means that you shouldn't feel that kochi v'otzem yodi, I can deny the fact that I'm mortal. And another response could be, well, okay, if we're going to die anyway, so nothing makes any difference. Eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die. Or another response, and that is that nothing in this world is important anyway. Because anyway we're going to die, so whatever we do is going to be bottled. So stay in bed, pull over the covers, and just resign for the world. Or worse. And that's why it says that if a person is beset with the Yetzer Hara, this should be the order of what he does. Yargiz Yetzer HaTov al Yetzer Hara. Try to strengthen your Yetzer HaTov and conquer the Yetzer Hara. That should take away the feeling that I'm in control. You're not in control of anything. Only thing is bidei Adam is Yira Shamayim. Hakol bidei Shamayim. Chutz mi Yira Shamayim. You work on your Yetzer Hara. Don't think that you can control anything else. Second thing is, if that doesn't work, then then learn Torah. Torah says that this world is important, and every single thing in the world has something to do with mitzvahs or whatever, and the world's an important world. It's not a world that's not important, and therefore you can resign from it. If that doesn't work, then read Kriya Shema, and know that there's responsibility. You can't just eat, drink, and be merry. You have to be responsible in this world. And after you discount all the negative things that can come from remembering that you are mortal, then remember Yom HaMavis. Now you can remember it and remember how important life is, and that will stop you from doing the Aveira. So that's another thing that comes from hearing about terrible crimes against humanity and having a tremendous respect for the Zecher of the Kedoshim, as we say in Avarachamim, Yiskarem Elokeinu L'Tova Im Shar Tzadiki Olam V'Yinkom Nikmas Dam Avodov HaShafuch Yodim Bagoyim Moleg V'Yos Mochats Rosh Al Eretz Rabah Minachal Baderech Yishta Al Kein Yorim Rosh. So there is definitely a benefit, if you use it properly, from remembering the tzoros of Klal Yisrael throughout the generations, and even more so the ones that are in our own generation, or not too far away from our own generation. So we're going to, those kinos for the Churban of Europe, Shoah by Rabbi Shimon Schwab, that is given out after we say the Kina of Mi Yitain Roshi. We'll say that one, and I'm going to read you the one that Rabbi Rimon, Yosef Tzvi Rimon, wrote. I'll read it in English. Simchas Torah Shmini Atzeres, our dancing was turned into despondent grief. On this day the fences were breached in the towns of the Gaza envelope, Ofakim and Sderot. How was our land humiliated? The land was filled with Hamas. From the Gaza Strip, the source of the evil, from the root of Hamas came poison. How in place of 7 hakafos, they fled for their lives for fear of kidnapping. A cruel enemy ignited fires, murdered, degraded without letting up. How in place of the prayer for rain, my beloved went down to the scented flower beds. Roses were murdered, a desecration of God's name. Do not give a memorial remembrance to the murderers. How in the 76th year there were pillars of smoke, blood and fire, a Jew in hiding, whispering in fear, instead of the joy of the Holy Shabbos. How did the precious children of Zion fall into the hands of accursed rapists? The plucked of cheek were given over to the attackers. Our brothers were taken captive by the violent ones. On the day your name was defiled, soldiers fought to advance your great name. Look and see who is like your people Israel. Strengthen us and give us courage, and may the Redeemer come to Zion. They fought like iron, the beloved brave ones, the gentle souls guarding from the oppressor. Due to their courage, we have witnessed salvation of worlds. Our stature was straightened in a generation of redemption. On the day our inheritance was defiled, the bravery of our people was released for publication. Our courageous ones give up their souls in their palms. Our Father, our King, avenge the vengeance of our brothers. By your great name we are called, the one who remembers and mentions the covenant of our forefathers. From north and south they rise up to destroy us, but your covenant remains steadfast for us in our land. The dictators of Persia initiated plots. They sent barrages against those who raised a prayer. They sat in shelters, their eyes hoping. They saw your miracles, the awesome one of praise. The wings of spirit, the wings of eagles. We have seen soldiers, wives, parents, and children bury their loved ones. Strengthen and fortify them, the congregation of heroes. Waves of hate engulf your world. Oppressors swarm over those who sanctify your name. They chase your messengers, those who carry your flag. May you skip over us with love. Return the hostages. Call for freedom for those in captivity. Plant those who have been uprooted with everlasting love. Rehabilitate the wounded. Raise up the depressed. Lead your congregation with kindness and mercy. We give thanks to you for our state and for our redemption and the salvation of our soul. United, lead us upright in our land. Hasten the Son of David, our righteous Mashiach. Okay, now we'll say this קינה and the קינה for the Shoah, and then we'll go on. Okay, the next kina, you can finish this one while I'm talking, is we're going to sing Kina Lamed Aleph, page 91, Eish Tukad Bekirbi. Bekitzer, Tisha B'Av is called a Moed. My Rosh Yeshiva, in the name of his uncle, Rabbi Meir Bloch, says that Moed means a meeting with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Oel Moed. You can meet HaKadosh Baruch Hu face to face at Simchas, and you can meet him also at Levayas. So Tisha B'Av is a Moed. It's there, Chas v'Shalom. The whole Golus is not to punish us and to take revenge on us, but af gam zos biyosam be'eretz oivehem lo ma'astim v'lo gi'altim l'chalosam l'hofer brisi itam. It's not the purpose. Ki ani Hashem Elokeim. The whole purpose is to enable us to recover from the chatoim that could have destroyed us, and the Golus gave us another chance. I always like to give the marshal. You have a child, 5-year-old, who's a super brat. He's a brat, and he also has very strong superpowers. Very strong little kid. And his favorite game is to run into the street and play chicken with the cars that are coming towards him, making faces at them, and at the last second jumping out of the way so he doesn't get hit by the car. That's his greatest enjoyment. His mother is not very happy with this game, since she knows how dangerous it is, that maybe he won't get out of the way in time. So she tries everything to dissuade him from continuing this game. Tries perhaps some modern methods. They sit down and they discuss what they think about getting hit by cars, which obviously doesn't help. And then she tries some more old-fashioned methods, yelling at the kid, hitting him, putting him in his room for a while, and the kid just laughs at her. One day, the mother and the child are walking on the side of the highway, and there is a 16-wheeler truck coming down the highway at 120 miles an hour. And she feels the kid pulling away from her, wanting to go and play chicken with this 16-wheeler truck. And she knows that this time the kid will never get out of the way. He'll never make it, and the truck's going to hit him, and that's the end of her child. She has one other option, and only one. How do I know? I made up the marshal. So the women who are sitting there do not argue with me and tell me that there are other possibilities. There are no other possibilities. I know it's hard for a woman to accept this marshal, but try and be misgaber on your motherly instincts. She has one other option. In her other hand, she's carrying an iron pole. she has two options. Let the kid pull away, and that's the end of her kid. He's going to be hit by a 16-wheeler truck, that's the end of him. Or she can take the iron pole and break his legs. It's going to hurt her and hurt him, and he's going to take 6 months to recover, but he won't get into the street. And she'll have a child. If you love that child, you'll break his legs, because there's no other option. If you don't love the child, you'll say, okay, Tatala, go in front of the truck. The Rebbeinu Shalom did everything to prevent us from committing spiritual suicide, like other nations did. The Romans, the Babylonians, the Assyrians, they don't exist anymore. They all committed terrible, terrible averas, and that's it. They disappeared into the history books. And the same thing could have happened to us. And the Rebbeinu Shalom tried everything. He sent Nevi'im, he sent us tragedies, and we didn't listen. And the Rebbeinu Shalom had two options. Let us go and commit spiritual suicide, and that'll be the end of the Jewish people. But that can't be, because lo yitosh Hashem amo v'nachloso lo yazov. The Rebbeinu Shalom won't permit us to commit spiritual suicide, because we have a tafkid, and we have to fulfill that tafkid. The other nations, they came, they went. But we're eternal. So the Rebbeinu Shalom, after doing everything, he had to break our legs, throw us out of Eretz Yisrael, destroy the Beis HaMikdash, and maybe that shock over 2,000 years will lead us to healing the broken legs, but we'll still be alive. So that's Golus, that's the Moed of Tisha B'Av. And therefore, what we were supposed to fulfill by being a lighthouse, an Or La'amim from Eretz Yisrael, and spread Hashem's light from Eretz Yisrael to the whole world, we couldn't accomplish that. So the Rebbeinu Shalom threw us amongst the nations of the world, I think for 3 reasons. Probably more, but 3 that I'm going to mention. One is, you want to be like the Goyim? Why don't you get a closer look at them? Take a look at each one close up and tell me, do you really want to be like them? Go take a look at the Germans, go look at the French, go look at the Babylonians, and see which ones you want to be like. And after a world tour for 2,000 years, I think we've come to the conclusion we don't want to be like any of them. That's one thing. Secondly, if you couldn't influence the Goyim from afar, then influence them from close up. And the Yidden that are good Yidden, right, Goyim will be able to see us close up, and maybe they'll be impressed with what a Jew represents. And we couldn't do it long distance, we have to do it short distance. And another possibility is that we were sent into Golus in order to collect the neshamos of Goyim that are roy to be Gerim. So we're going like a vacuum cleaner to vacuum up those nitzotzos, hakedoshos that were scattered amongst the nations of the world, which we could have done long distance from Eretz Yisrael, but we weren't zocher to that. So as we sing this song, and the song represents, Shira represents the essence of something, and it also is a circle. This is the full circle. Shira Sazinu represents the whole Golus process, and it's a Shira. It's something that comes from the very essence of Klal Yisrael and makes a complete circle of what the history of this world is supposed to be like, that only the Rebbeinu Shalom knows what the script is, but it's a script that starts and ends nowhere, because it's a circle that's eternal. So as we sing this, should have that tremendous bitachon and emunah that whatever the Rebbeinu Shalom does is for the good. Tisha B'Av is also a moed. It's a sad moed, but it's a chance to come face to face with the Rebbeinu Shalom, and that in itself is a tremendous schos and a tremendous chizuk. The next Kina Mem Aleph, on page 105. Shali Srufa Ba'esh. This Kina was composed by the Marami Rottenberg. It speaks about the burning of the Talmud and wagon loads of Sfarim, many of them from the Bali Atosvis who lived at that time. This is before the printing press, and these were all manuscripts, and they were lost forever from Klal Yisrael. And it happened on the Erev Parshas Chukas, and it was a terrible, terrible tzara. And the Marami Rottenberg composed this Kina in remembrance of it. Interesting fact that they mention, and that they say that because of this, the Shari Tshuva, Rabbeinu Yonah, was Chozer B'Tshuva himself and wrote Shari Tshuva, because less than 40 days before they burnt all these Sfarim, in the exact same place, they burnt the Sfarim of the Rambam. The Rambam, those who thought that the Rambam was an Apikores, and his Sfarim, especially the Moreh Nevuchim, was Apikursis, so they burned the Rambam Sfarim. And when the Rabbeinu Yonah put the two things together, he realized that maybe the people who opposed the Rambam and did such a terrible thing to burn the Sfarim of the Rambam, the Rabbeinu Shalom took revenge on that, and that's why this place was vulnerable to burn all these Torah Shebaal Peh. And because of that, he did tshuva for his opposition to the Rambam, and he wrote the Sefer Shari Tshuva as an extension of that. This, therefore, is a Kina that bemoans the loss of Torah Shebaal Peh. One of the reasons why the Torah was given, Be'ikr Torah Shebaal Peh. The written part is very small compared to the oral part. One of the reasons is that you have to learn Torah from a living person. In order that you know that Torah is not just ideas, but it's life. It has to be lived. A person who learns Torah has to become a living Sefer Torah. And you can't learn Torah from a book. You have to learn it from a living Sefer Torah. Because im harav domel malach Hashem tzavakos, yivakish Torah mipiyu, and if not, then you don't learn from such a person. And therefore this Kina also represents the connection, the achdus between Torah and the person, and that represents the achdus of Klal Yisrael too. Burning the Rambam Sfarim was tremendous machlokas in Klal Yisrael. The Chidah points out that the words Roni v'simchi bas Sion, which describes what will be when Mashiach comes, the Rashi Tevos, Roni is Reish, v'simchi Vov, Bas, Beis, Sion, Tzadik, is Tzibur backwards. And that is when the Tzibur will turn around to be Achdus, not like Mefuzar, Meforad, Bein Ha'amim, then Mashiach will come. The Medrash says, Yaakov Avinu wanted to tell his children when Mashiach would come. And it's Nistam Imenu, but he told them, I'll give you a hint. Hey, Osfu, Da'agida Lachem Eis Asher Yikra Esrem B'Achris Hayomim. When you see that Jews are uniting, you know that Mashiach is right around the corner. That's a siman that Mashiach is coming, when there's unity in Klal Yisrael. And that's what it says, Vayehi Bishul Melech Bisasef Roshei Om Yachad Shivtei Yisrael. When Klal Yisrael are united, then they're united with the Ribono Shel Olam too. And in the schus of Shema Yisrael, which is Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. The oneness of Hashem means that Hashem Elokeinu, that we have to be united. That's the schus that we have to be Menatzeach in Milchama. Not so far from what is in the streets. B'yachad ninatzeach. It's true. If we'll be b'yachad, then we'll have the schus of Shema Yisrael, and we'll be able to be victorious over all of our enemies. So as we read this Qinon on Sreifas HaTalmud and its connection to Machlokas and Klal Yisrael against the Rambam, be able, like the Shari Tshuva, to be Mahar Tshuva, that we should not be people Bali Machlokas, but Bali Achdus, and in that way see to it that we won't have to sit here next year on the floor, but we'll be able to see Bias Mashiach Shekenu Bekorov. Shali
If you have a chance at the end, these family boys spent unbelievable hours fixing up yesterday and today, and the furniture and everything. I don't know the first name, just the boys from that family.
Okay, we're now going to say the last Qinon Mem Daled before Elitzion. That's on page 110 in the small Qinos. We spent the whole morning and already now into the afternoon. I don't know what our deal is with Medabrim Tikshoret, if this is overtime. We spoke about Golus. Hopefully somebody has a little bit of a yearning that Golus should end. And the Svarim say that the Tzipiyah and Kivui for Mashiach helps bring Mashiach closer. And there's another purpose in wanting the Golus to end and yearning for Mashiach, that if a person really wants Mashiach to come and is longing for that kind of life, then l'chara, it should give him the incentive to want to live as much of that kind of life as he can, even in Golus. If you really want what Mashiach has to offer, take advantage of what you can take advantage before he comes. So it should be an incentive to live our lives that when Mashiach comes, the ikr that a person will pursue is Torah and mitzvahs, and all the other things will be tefillim. So at least, if you really want Mashiach to come, show the Rabbanu Shalom that you're trying to live a kind of life like that as much as you can till he comes. And all the simonim that we said will happen, the ikvas of the Mashiach seem to have been and are being fulfilled now in our time. Things that have to do with the people in the south and the north and the people on the borders, and the chutzpah that exists and the families that are separated. So it should give us extra time that even though it's ikvas of the Mashiach, like we said, it's a heel. It doesn't feel too much. But all of these things should make even a heel be able to feel something. So all the intensity of this galus shouldn't go for naught, but should be an incentive to really want and feel the tsar of Klal Yisrael, the tsar of other people, and to yearn tremendously for the Geula. And Amir Hashem, if we yearn and we invite Mashiach in, or as I would always like to tell over the Maisa, and we'll end with this, the Beis HaLevi was originally a Rav in Slutsk, and he had a very bad Maisa over there, and it led to his divorce from his first wife because of it. And basically he made up that he would never accept the Rabbanus again. He's fed up with Rabbanus and not for him. And I pretty much understand him. In any case, when the Rabbanus in Brisk became available, so they offered him the Rabbanus. They sent a delegation and to ask him to move to Brisk and be the Rav of the city. And he refused adamantly. And they spent a whole day arguing with him. And finally, in desperation, the head of the delegation got up and said there are 25,000 Jews waiting for the Rav in Brisk. He immediately got up, told his Rebbetzin, pack, we're moving to Brisk. I can't keep 25,000 Jews waiting. When the Chafetz Chaim heard this story, he cried. And he said, if Rabbi Yoshe Ber Soloveitchik, the Beis HaLevi, couldn't keep 25,000 Jews waiting, how is Mashiach keeping millions of Jews waiting? He said, must be they're not waiting. So Amir Hashem, if I've given you a little bit to want this galus to end already, and Mashiach to come, and really be waiting and yearning, then Amir Hashem, like Reb Chaim Kanievsky said, Mashiach is just there outside the door. Invite him in and he'll come. If he sees that we're interested, we want him to come into our lives, then he definitely will come. If anyone has gotten a little bit more yearning for that Mashiach and the disgust with the Galus as it is, then Amir Hashem, maybe you'll be the one. It says that even one Sibur that will be Masakin itself and be roy for Mashiach to come can be Masaka all of Klal Yisrael. And therefore that Roni V'Simchi is said in the Lashon Yochid, the Chafetz Chaim says, because it doesn't have to be a lot of people. Even one Sibur is enough to bring Mashiach. Hopefully it'll be this Sibur that will do it, and we'll have that tremendous benefit. I just want to end with a Hakoras Hatov to the following boys. I'll say it in Israeli style, because I don't know their first names. Halberstadt, Pinchasov, Hazen, and Friedman, who helped tremendously in seeing to it that things flowed here smoothly. We thank them for their efforts. Okay. Now we'll sing Yalitzion. We'll say this קינות, Sion Giveres, and immediately after that we'll sing Yalitzion.
Take this.
Pidjonei bechoreho, v'al chilul klei heichol, u'mizbach kitoreho. Alei tapei melocheho, B'nei David Yevireho, V'al Yofyom Asher Choshach, V'Eisor Uksoreho. Alei Kovod Asher Golo, Ve'eis churban devireho, ve'al lochetz asher lochatz, ve'som sakim chagureho. Ve'eis churban devireho, ve'al lochetz asher lochatz, ve'som sakim chagureho. Alei machatz ve'rob makos, asher huko nizireho, ve'al niputz alei sela, olaleho uneoreho. Alei machatz asher huko nizireho, ve'al niputz alei sela, Alei simchas oiveho, sochaku al shvoreho, ve'al inui b'nei chorin, nediveho netahoreho. Alei pesha asher yivso, slul derech ashureho, ve'al tzivos keholeho, shezufeho shechoreho. Alei pesha asher yivso, slul derech ashureho, ve'al tzivos keholeho, shezufeho shechoreho. Alei kolos mechorteho, ve'eis rabu figoreho, ve'al rigshas megadfeho, besoch mishkan chatzereho. Alei kolos mechorteho, ve'eis rabu figoreho, ve'al rigshas megadfeho, Alei shimcha asher chulal, v'fi kamei mitzireho, v'al tachan yitzav chulach, kshav u'shma אמורהו ציון ויורהו כמו אישה בצירהו וכבשו לה חגור השק על בעל נעורהו שומרון כל תיתן יצאו והליבה תיסק נספו לא לך הליבה עונה ביברי ומקסס היום משלמת מיש וסיגלס פילסר אוכל אספירי יחדוס יחוש לך לך בחבור נעשו את שבי יזוני כדחיב שנסה לא הולכו שמי הליבה תיסק שיבו הליבה אני חי נקשתי חכומל על גל, חמול על דלוסם, ראשם ומוסם באורך גלוסם, אל תקצוף עד מאוד ראשי פלוסם ואל תזכר עוונו ושכלוסם רפונו השיברום ונחים אבילוסם תיאטו סיברום תיאטו איילוסם חדש ימינו כמי קטנוי כנעמך בונו ישון אדוני צרכים ציון כאשר אמרת אמר ישור וסור נבין ככוסו ויד נבייך ולכן כה אמר אדוני שבתי ירושלים ברחמים ועשי יבונה בו אדוני צבאות שקודם אותו ירושלים ולקרוא למור כה אמר אדוני צבאות עוד תפוצה לאורם ציון ואוכל אורש ונאמר כי ניחם אדוני ציון ניחם כל חרבוסהו ויוסן מדברו כעדן ברבוסו כגן אדוני שושם ושמחו ימוצא בו תודה וכל זמרו אשרי יושבי חנו ברכה אין זה יכול זה החסודר
اسمع אחריי כל רעש גדול עד לא יחפץ ומצאתו ירגיל תורה וידיר יסגדה ויסגדש שמי רבו